All right. Welcome, everybody, to Standing for Truth. My name is Donnie Bedinsky. This is Matt Naylor. We are your hosts for tonight's exciting seminar on the global Genesis flood. This valuable session specifically focuses on one of the several flood models, the hydroplate theory. Our speakers tonight, Brian Lauer and Pastor Kevin Lee, will be providing an overview of the theory, as well as covering evidence and predictions of it.
All biblical creationists believe in a worldwide flood. The scientific evidence clearly points to this important truth. Where biblical creationists differ is the mechanisms, the mechanics, and the details of the flood.
Matt, that's right. The two most popular global flood models are catastrophic plate tectonics and hydroplate theory. We at Standing for Truth Ministries strongly believe in model building. We also believe in the importance of multiple working hypotheses. To arrive at the best model, it is vital that we compare the strengths and the weaknesses of various viewpoints.
Exactly, Donnie. The worldwide flood is true. This is undeniable when the evidence is evaluated. But the question is, which model best accounts for all of the data?
Great question, Matt. The different models such as CPT and HPT propose different mechanisms and origins for the flood of Noah. We had the privilege of hosting a comprehensive program or session on catastrophic plate tectonics. Tonight, we are examining the hydroplate theory. Our goal is to offer our viewers the best representations of both major flood positions. We want viewers to be able to analyze the strengths and the weaknesses of both models, and as a result, come to their own informed conclusion as to which viewpoint has the most explanatory power. Matt, this is fun because you and I are somewhat in the middle on this issue. We see positive aspects to both major flood positions. This is exactly why we look forward to a rigorous discussion and examination tonight on the hydroplate theory with experts of the hydroplate model. Matt, would you do the honors of introducing our first speaker, brother?
Yeah, I'd love to. Brian Lauer has given creation and freedom talks from Minnesota to Florida in churches, schools, colleges, and conferences. He's helped people solidify their faith in the Bible by looking at science. He also shows what powerful evolutionists have planned for humanity. Some of his talks can be seen on his Solidify Your Faith channel on YouTube and Rumble.
Matt, I appreciate that, brother. Our first talk will be given by Brian Lauer, who's no stranger to giving presentations, nor, Brian, are you a stranger to the Standing for Truth platform. You've been here several times. You've also been here for a formal debate, and you've got more formal debates scheduled in the future. So, Brian, I really appreciate all the work you are doing to further the kingdom of God, brother. God bless you, and I really appreciate the time that you've offered for tonight's important conference. Brian, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, and I really appreciate how you allow a bunch of different ideas to be discussed. You know, this should be happening in the science rooms in the museums, but it's not. So thank God you're here.
Amen. Well, I appreciate that. We have a lot to cover tonight. This is going to be a rigorous seminar. To the audience, anybody just joining us, we are going to be having two comprehensive presentations here tonight by Brian Lauer and Pastor Kevin Lee. And then we are going to jump into, as I said, a rigorous discussion and audience Q&A. So please, if you do have questions, challenges, criticisms, objections, tag Matt and myself as the talks are taking place. We will save those, and we'll make sure to have an edifying, roughly 60-minute discussion and audience Q&A when we're complete with our talks. And so with that, Brian, whenever you're ready, we are going to hand it over to you for the first talk of tonight, which is titled Overview of the Hydroplate Theory. And I am pumped, brother. So whenever you're ready for me to get up your slides, you just let me know, and the floor is yours.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Donnie. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I think this is going to be a treat for you because you're going to see a theory that makes accurate predictions. It also explains 25 major features on Earth and in the solar system. And it's also being verified by NASA discoveries. This hydroplate theory will destroy the Big Bang when it gets into the mainstream. We just need some help getting it into the mainstream. So hopefully you'll get informed and inform others. And I'm excited for you because I remember what it was like the first time I heard Walt Brown talk about it. It was on RSR, Real Science Radio, rsr.org. Walt Brown Week. He just colored in all the details, and I've never seen the world or the solar system the same. And it's like having the answers for the test. You know, every time they discover something, it validates the hydroplate theory. And let's see, you can share this one if you would. Donnie will start sharing. And it's not only me that's getting excited. There's somebody who commented on one of my videos. It says, I've been studying the hydroplate theory for roughly 2 years now, and sometimes I even rewatch the same videos, particularly Brian Nichols' videos, and those are excellent. It's probably got the best Grand Canyon video out there, and it's really good for visualizing what's happening in the hydroplate. And they go on to say, it never gets old. It contains so much information that I learn something new each time I watch a video about it. And this one theory has answered so many questions I had, and even many questions I didn't realize. Praise God. And there are a few things in life that ever excited me as much as the topic of hydroplate theory. So this is a theory that's worth studying. And I think if people, I think this would be a really great way to get people excited about science when you know what's happening. And he had mentioned Brian Nichols' videos on YouTube. Go in there, and he's got the origin of Earth's radioactivity and comets and the 90 East Ridge and limestone and Grand Canyon. And highly, highly, highly recommend the Grand Canyon video. That one's the best Grand Canyon video out there. That one and Mike Snavely's Puzzle on the Plateau. And here's a pilot of the space shuttle. And he's a big hydroplate fan. He brought up a MP3 of it or a PDF or whatever that disc is of it in the space station. It's just floating in space. And he had a picture taken, and then he he gave it to Walt. That's hanging in Walt Brown's office. See, engineers really like this theory because it talks about forces and mechanisms and energy, and it all makes very, very good sense. And a couple of years ago, this is the 8th edition. It's copyright 2008. The last edition of the 8th edition 2 years ago went for $279. And this was a $30 book. And you look there, and the used ones are going for $67. So the investment in the hydroplate theory is paying dividends if people have them. And so we need to get the 9th edition out there as soon as possible. Okay, and then 2 years ago, we also had this hydroplate conference, the very first one in the whole world. And so we had this poster hanging up at St. Cloud State University. Our college outreach there had it up. And it said, Answers to Scientific Problems. And it listed a bunch of things they have a real hard time explaining, like the origin of Grand Canyon and nerves and dinosaur bones and fusing past iron and plateau formation and cubonite, which only forms in scalding hot water. It's in comets, though. Frozen standing mammoth, peanut-shaped asteroids. They should blow each other apart, but they come together real gently. And rounded boulders in a comet. See, when they smash together, they should have jagged edges. Okay, and then rock from the Earth on the moon. And then carbon-14 and fossils, coal and diamonds, and then shells on Mount Everest. And so I was hanging up at St. Cloud State. I was doing what I could to get people to watch. Went to the science departments, went to the president's office, let them all know about this hydroplate theory. Watched it at hydroplate.org. And then somebody stole our poster. And so we put another one up, and they stole it again. And so we reported it. They know who did it, but they won't make them pay for it. So what you're seeing tonight is what somebody at St. Cloud State does not want you to see. And I think the thing that really got him was that microscopy today, that white box there, that's dinosaur nerves on the cover of Microscopy Today. And that destroys the geologic column. Okay, in the hydroplate, you can see these talks. We had 3 PhDs talk, and you go into hydroplate.org. And when you go there, you're going to see Pastor Kevin Lee's talk. And I think that's the talk that destroys the Big Bang. And now we're starting to get a team together. If you want to be on the team that's making this happen or want to know what's happening, go into HPT wins at proton.me. If we get a little bit more organized, a little bit more focused, I think we can tip that Big Bang over. And then you can watch it on YouTube. We've got a bunch of talks there. And also I've got a YouTube channel called Solidify Your Faith. I've got a playlist specifically for the hydroplate theory. And you go there and you can hear Walt Brown himself explain it. And then there's the college talk. And then also Alex Newman. He wants competing theories to be discussed. So I was able to share it with him. Okay, because the world of science is kind of a shipwreck. Let's be honest here. There's a lot of things they can't explain. And it's basically because they have the wrong perspective of the past. They have a blind chance perspective of the past. There's some people who think that the universe got here by chance, and some people think that people got here by chance, and that's the Big Bang and evolution. And so I just lump them together and I call them blind chancers. And these are screenshots from scientific articles and journals. Researchers want to know why. Unexpected, fossil oddity, long-standing puzzle. I totally didn't believe it. It shouldn't exist. Scientists puzzled, double-ended mystery, surprising features. It goes on and on and on. If you had a proper perspective of the past, you won't have any of these issues. And that's why if you had the hydroplate theory, it would work. So this is from Nature. Unlocking the mysteries of the Ice Age. Perhaps the longest standing puzzle in the earth science is what caused the Northern Hemisphere ice sheets to come and go. So that's a long-standing puzzle. And again, they got the wrong perspective. Okay, fossil oddity, giant redwoods near the North Pole. How do you get trees near the North Pole? Challenging mystery, how a forest could develop given the sunlight it would receive in the North Pole. And the moon is rusting, and researchers want to know why. It's while the moon is airless, hematite, a form of rust that normally requires oxygen and water, that has scientists puzzled. Very puzzling. The moon's a terrible environment for hematite to form in. And I totally didn't believe it. It shouldn't exist. We've heard that before, right? With Mary Schweitzer, their dangerous discovery. It's like, what's so dangerous about finding dinosaur bones or blood in dinosaur bones? It's only dangerous to people who get their power, their prestige, and their funding from evolution, because those blood cells destroy their basis. And it says, do you realize you got red blood cells in that bone? And she remembers, I just got goosebumps, because everyone knows these things don't last for 65 million years. And then she pointed it out to Jack Horner, her boss, and Jack said, prove to me they're not red blood cells. So they're not real excited about going where all the evidence leads, especially when the evidence is going to be a threat to their power and prestige. And this is from Science Daily. Earth's crust is missing in mid-Atlantic. Was the crust never there? Was it once there, but then torn away? If so, then how and why? We can explain that. And then one of the surprising features discovered on Osiris is nodules. These are rounded boulders. They call them dinosaur eggs or goosebumps. This is from Science. Close-up discovery reveals a world of surprises. See, based on their blind chance perspective, this thing can't happen. It says, I find it hard to believe at the present time that 67P was originally homogeneous. And this is it's the major mystery, how two objects, each the size of skyscrapers, could collide without blowing each other to smithereens. This is especially puzzling in a region of the solar system where gravitational forces would normally involve collision speeds of 4,500 miles an hour. See, it can't happen. Not from their perspective, but we're going to tie it all together. We're going to show how it is. And this is from Astronomy. It says the formation of this system made a dual primary and a small moon is still a mystery. And that's a weird orbit puzzles scientists in space.com. In phys.org, it says there's a chunk of ice that's orbiting the sun in the wrong direction. Well, it's only the wrong direction if you got the wrong perspective of the past. Okay, and then there's sea plankton found on the outer surface of the International Space Station, and astronauts are baffled. Well, I'm not. Okay, the plateau mystery. What mechanism would cause a large volume of low-standing continents to rise rapidly a mile in the air? And at the bottom, it says we have then a double-ended mystery, for the Colorado Plateau seems to have grown downward at the same time that its emerged part rose upward. And then Discover says 11 greatest unanswered questions of physics. Number 3 is, how were those heavy elements from iron to uranium made? They can't figure it out. So you got all these puzzles. They're all scratching their heads. They can't figure it out what the paradigm they have. It's because they get the wrong paradigm, or if they'd switch the paradigm to the hydroplate theory, all those questions go away. We can explain them logically. Cause to effect, effect to cause, it all fits. And it does a lot of other things too, like trenches, the mid-oceanic ridge, submarine canyons, the ice age, the moon, which is pounded on the near side and not the far side, and comets, and it goes on and on. And again, we can explain all those with the hydroplate theory. So let's dive into the hydroplate. It was developed by Dr. Walt Brown. He's an Army Ranger. He's a West Point grad. He was an Army Ranger, paratrooper, got his PhD from MIT in mechanical engineering. So he was a sharp guy, and he ran the Benet military lab where he had dozens of PhDs working for him, plus hundreds of scientists. He also taught at the Air Force, the U.S. Air Force Academy. Just a brilliant guy. And if I understand it right, and he came up with this theory, I was surprised as I was prepping for this. He came up with this theory in 1972. So 53 years ago, this theory has been on the sidelines, and it should have been in the game because we'd have so much clout with all the accurate predictions. So it must have been, I thought it was the 70s, but it must have been the 60s, where he's driving through South Dakota and he hears on the radio how somebody claimed they have found a mountain, or found an ark on a mountain. And he thought, what a crackpot, because he's an evolutionist at the time. And he thought, well, let's humor him. So if there was an ark on a mountain, that means the whole world was covered with water. And that means there was a whole bunch of plants and animals got buried in mud and turned into fossils. He thought, wait a minute, if fossils are a sign of a flood, where's the evidence for evolution? And he started asking his PhD colleagues, and they didn't know of any, and nothing. And so then he came, and then he saw in the Bible how that there seems to be water inside the earth, according to the Bible. And this to him that stretched out the earth above the waters. He gathers the waters of the sea together as a heap. He lays up the depth in storehouses. And the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up. And as thou entered into the springs of the sea, if there's springs in the sea, that means there's water below the seas. And he's thinking, okay, so if there's water inside the earth, what would happen? And he came up with the hydroplate theory. I gave it to a professor at St. Cloud State. And the reason she looked at it, because they don't have a theory for Grand Canyon that works. And she looked at the book. She had it for about 6 months. We got together. We talked about it. And she said, if the assumption is true, the science works. She just didn't believe the assumption is true. Okay, now most theories, we look at the effect. And we know what the effect is. And we try and figure out what caused it. And that's unknown. This is different. He sets up the unknown with only one assumption. And then the laws of physics go at it and show us the effects perfectly. What's the one assumption? About half the water now in the oceans was once inside interconnected chambers 60 miles below the entire Earth's surface. So just think of the Earth as a big apple. The crust is, the skin of the apple is 60 miles thick, made of granite. And then underneath that skin, underneath the granite, there's a layer of water about a mile thick. And then there's the mantle. And the granite and the mantle are touching at various places around the Earth. Okay, so this is a cross section of it, if you will. So 60 miles of granite, and then a mile of water underneath that, and then the mantle. And this is the hydroplate theory. These are the 4 phases. You got the rupture phase. This is when the fountains of the great deep break up. And so that splits the crust in 2 directions, and it takes about 2 hours for it to go around the Earth. Then you got the flood phase for about 150 days. Water's gushing out of there. Then you got a continental drift phase, which is about 1 day. 1 day the continents are sliding, and there's a compression event, which is about 1 hour when the mountains are formed. And then after that, it's the recovery phase, and we're still in that right now. So that's the hydroplate. There's those 4 theories. We're going to touch on each one of them. Okay, so there you've got the crust. There you got the Earth, and it's like an apple. And now that's the one assumption. Now throw the laws of physics in there, and how do you do that? You got the moon, which tugs on the Earth. You get high tide and low tide twice a day. And it's going to tug on the crust, because back then the crust wasn't broken into plates like it is today. It was just the crust. Okay, so it's stretch and compress, stretch and compress, stretch and compress, and that generates heat. Like if I had a wire and I bend it back and forth, it gets hot. Well, the crust is generating heat. It goes into the water. The water gets hotter and hotter and hotter. It wants to boil, but it can't because there's no room to expand. And then at 705 degrees and 3,200 PSI in the upper right corner there, it becomes supercritical water, where it's not really water and it's not really steam, but whatever it is, it dissolves things like crazy. So now it's dissolving the granite above and the mantle below, and it's mixing together these elements and minerals, and it's making calcium carbonate, which is limestone, and chalk and quartz and salt and sodium chloride and these cementing agents. And it's all getting mixed together in this subterranean chamber. And that limestone one is key, because whenever limestone is formed, it produces carbon dioxide. And there is 60,000 times more limestone than carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And Walt Brownie was working at Arizona State with Bob Dietz, and Bob Dietz was a big plate tectonics guy. And he came up with coined the term seafloor spreading. And Walt asked him, he said, "Hey, Bob, where'd all this limestone come from?" And Bob says, "Beats the blank out of me." So anyhow, so the crust is getting weaker and weaker. It's getting hotter and hotter. That's dissolving more and more. And it's not just dissolving the bottom. It's like tunneling up there. So you've got these tunnels, who knows how many miles long in the crust, dissolving out all these minerals and elements. and just trillions and trillions of tunnels going up there. So the water's getting hotter and hotter. There's more and more pressure on it, Bob. Walt Brown says there's 372,000 pounds per square inch on that water. And that's incredible. And so then the crust again, and just think of 370,000 PSI. If this bottle was under that much pressure and I just cracked it open, it destroyed my whole house. You know, that going from 300,000 to atmospheric pressure, which is 14.7, it was just erupt out of there. And that's what happened. That's what happened on the 600th year of Noah's life in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day where all the fountains of the great deep broken up and the windows of heaven were opened. Yeah, so that's when the crust cracked. That crack went in two directions all the way around the earth and then came together like a seam on the baseball. And that's how it could rain for 40 days and 40 nights. And people say, well, Brian, if that happened, wouldn't it have left a mark? And yeah, so we're in the rupture phase right now. Okay, so that's the 2 hours that it took for the crust to go around the earth. And wouldn't it leave a mark? Yeah, it's the mid-oceanic ridge. That's the mountain range that goes through the bottom of every ocean. 46,000 miles long. And if you could zoom in on that, you would see that those are tension cracks. They're vertical cracks going horizontally, and they're tension cracks. And so that mountain range got formed by stretching it in two directions. And so how does that happen? And Walt Brown said that circle there is where he thinks that's where it ended. And so he run the movie backwards. He thinks that's where it started, up by Alaska. And then it went together and boom. And so now all the water is gushing up there. So that's where we get our sedimentary rock. Yeah, the granite is getting eroded on the sides and also on the bottom, and the basalt or the mantle is getting dissolved on the or eroded on top. That's why when you have sedimentary rock that doesn't have carbon in it, like limestone, it's going to be 65 parts granite and 35 parts basalt. And I think that's because granite was getting eroded on more sides than the basalt. Okay, so now this is the flood phase. It's about 150 days. The water's gushing up, and now you got two 60-mile cliffs that are eroding into this hypersonic water that's exploding out of there, going from 300,000 PSI to almost nothing, just erupting out of there. And now the cliffs are getting farther and farther and farther and farther apart. And pretty soon there's nothing pushing down on the mantle. So the mantle bulges and the continents start sliding. Like if you would lift up a railroad track and the train's going to start rolling. So now just imagine a train going down a mountainside, getting faster and faster. This is the continental drift phase. It's going to last about a day. The continents start sliding and they keep getting faster and faster and faster. Can you imagine those continents? They're sliding on supercritical water. Okay, how fast could a plate go? It slide down a mountainside the size of the mid-Atlantic ridge, whose surface was 50 times slicker than liquid water. You know, supercritical water has viscosity about 1/50th that of normal water. Supercritical water provided almost no resistance to the massive sliding hydroplates. It was much like riding on a cushion of air. You know, just think of an air hockey table. If you put water on there and try to slide it around, it's not going to go so far. But if you turn the air on, it slides like crazy. That's what's happening with the continents, the plates of the continents. So you got North America and South America sliding to the west. You got Africa sliding to the east and Europe sliding to the east. And they keep going. And that's why the Earth's crust is missing in the mid-Atlantic. Remember? Was the crust never there? Was it there but then torn away? If so, then how and why? It's like, why? Why? I think it should be how and when. How it's the hydroplate, and when it's on the 150th first day of the flood. And so then they keep going until they meet resistance, and then they buckle and the mountains form. You notice the Rockies and the Andes are pretty low parallel, and then the one in Africa, they're parallel to the mid-Atlantic ridge. Okay, and you notice how the Rockies are twice as wide as the Andes, and I think it's because North America slid over the mid-oceanic ridge, so it's twice as big there. And that's why we got so many weird features there. Okay, and so that's at the end of that compression, continental drift phase, you have the compression event. This is when the train crashes. Okay, this is when all those continents, and it's going to be happening all those mountains get formed in about an hour. And it says the continental drift phase ended with the compression event, the sudden crushing, buckling, and thickening of crashing hydroplates. And explains the Earth's mountains, such as the Andes, were pushed up in less than an hour. It's like when you're in a car accident. You know, that hood on the car is nice and fine, and then about 2 seconds, it's crunched up. That's what's happened with the continents. And he's got this graph showing the acceleration portion, which is the blue. That train on the climb going down the mountain is just going to keep going faster and faster and faster and faster. And that's what's happening with the continental plates. They just keep going faster and faster and faster. And finally, they run out of water and they meet resistance. And then there's the deceleration portion where they stop quickly. But there's a lot of momentum that's going to do a lot of damage. And it said the mountain building lasted less than an hour. The maximum velocity of each hydroplate was about 170 miles per hour. Okay, and so that's when the mountains formed. That was in the compression event. And this is near the Sullivan River in British Columbia. This is a Psalm 104. The waters stood above the mountains. At thy rebuke, they fled. At the voice of thy thunders, they hasted away. Could you imagine what it sounded like when all those mountains were being formed? Just kaboom. So this is a compression event. A lot of these slides are from Brian Nickel. He does a great job animating them. It's just the compression event. This is when the plate hits resistance and it's going to buckle up. See those compression cracks? They're like Marble Canyon. And that's going to be the origin of coal, oil, and metamorphic rocks. Extreme compression and extreme heat and pressure produce the coal, the oil, the marble, the diamonds, and they all have carbon-14 in them. See, so that's not millions of years. That's not billions of years. We have the proper perspective of the past. The blind chancers they have so many rescuing devices. You can do a whole talk just on what they imagine to be true, so they don't have to give up their blind chance perspective. And my brother sent me this. It's Genesis History, Mountains After the Flood. This is where Snelling and Whitcomb, I think they went to Grand Canyon. If you haven't seen it, it's really good. And they showed these images of the folded mountains and the French Alps and the Appalachian Mountains got these folds in up. This is the Andes Mountains where you see all those curved layers, and they're not broken. They're curved. They had to be soft and pliable when they were bent, and then they turned into rocks. And then they did an experiment here, and this is in the Grand Canyon where you see those curved layers, and there's the fold there and a fold there, and then they said, well, rock can fold if it gets heated up and it's under pressure. It can fold and not break. Yeah, but that changes the rock. It turns sandstone into quartzite. It turns it into metamorphic rock, which shows the heat that it went through. And so they did an experiment. They did a study. They did a regional sample where the layer was flat. And then they went to Carbon Canyon fold where it's bent. And this is what they found. This is the regional sample. And then this is the Carbon Canyon fold. Okay, regional, Carbon Canyon, where it's bent. And then Del Hackett, asked the guy who put it together, and he said, if I mix these up, would you be able to tell me which one was which? And he said, no. Okay, and so again, neither one turned into quartzite. So those things were not under heat and pressure when they bent. They were bent when they were still pliable. And then this is the Gunnison Canyon, or the Gunnison, and this is, to put this into perspective, those trees on the other side are 15 feet tall. So that's a huge layer of granite that just got crushed. What force would crush granite like that? Well, I would say it. And then it's also in the bottom of the Grand Canyon, the inner gorge. It's got those same compression ridges. What force is going to crush crystalline rock like that? Well, I would say it's the plates in a car accident, if you will. Okay, and so this is what's happening. When they run out of resistance, the basement rock is going to bulge. It's going to bulge. So now the layers that are on top of the slanted part, they're going to stay slanted. But the stuff that's still on top keeps sliding. So this is how you get slanted layers underneath the flat layers in the Grand Canyon. The basement rock bulged and the top stuff just kept sliding and sheared them off. And then as it bulged, there was a lot of pressure turning some sandstone into quartzite, and it got lifted up in a fast flow of mud. And you can see this rock. It's a 5 to 10 ton rock near Isis Temple. It takes about 2 days of hiking to get there. So you got to know what you're doing when you get there. And clearly, Walt Brown and his grandsons knew what they were doing. So they got there. And there's that 5 to 10 ton rock that's been lifted up. You can see it was formed down here and it got lifted up there. How are you going to do that over millions of years? And in the last presentation, the Grand Canyon presentation, there was somebody said that was liquefaction. And I said, and I studied, and they said, well, the quartzite is lighter than the sandstone. But when I did AI and I searched it, and it's like, no, the sedimentary rock is is lighter than the quartz. So liquefaction won't work there unless something's different with that sedimentary rock. But that's what somebody brought up, and you guys can check into that. But it's like, how in the world If those were laid down over millions of years, how did that rock get up there? Okay, and now we're coming to the recovery phase. The mountains rose up in about an hour, and now that's a big mass on a small base. How do plateaus form? Well, the mountains, again, they're a big mass on a small base, so they sink in. And if something sinks in, something's got to rise up. And that's what raises the plateau, one block at a time. Okay, it's just going to, because the Rockies are sinking. And what is it for the Colorado Plateau? I think it was 1.5 million square miles had to be squeezed out the side to raise the Colorado Plateau. But it didn't just raise it all at once. It just, wherever there was a weak spot, it popped up, it blocked up, it blocked up. Okay, so it's not a mystery anymore. It's a mechanism. What's the mechanism? It's hydraulics. And what's the force? Gravity. The mountains are sinking in, and it's squirting the lava to the side, and then it's block faulting the plateau, one block at a time. And Brian Young did such a great way of illustrating this. You know, as a block fault up, some of the lava might get to the top. And if it gets to the top, it's going to get hard on the top. So when there's a bunch of water sweeping off the Great Denudation, getting rid of 2,000 cubic miles above the Grand Canyon before the Grand Canyon can form, that lava protected this, and it didn't get washed away. And there's Red Butte. When you drive up to Grand Canyon from Phoenix, you're going to see it on the side. That's 1,000 feet of Mesozoic sediment capped with volcanic rock. And there's a picture I took from the bus as we drove by. And then you get up there, and there's Red Butte there, and there's something real similar. They call it Cedar Mountain. It should be Cedar Butte. You can see that when you're at the Desert View. It's where that tower is. You can see that. So if you're driving in from the south, you see evidence of what used to be there. 1,000 feet of sediment. And then Cedar Mountain, that's 900 feet of sediment on top of the Kaibab limestone. So that used to be all over the place for tens of thousands of miles. And it got washed off when Grand Lake and Hopi Lake erupted. And that's a whole different talk. But that's Cedar Mountain. And the only reason I went there, I got to see Grand Canyon for the first time because there's a videographer. I never met him before, but he's excited he wants to do a hydroplate documentary. And so we got some footage from the rim talking about the Grand Canyon. If that river carved that canyon, what carved the side canyons? They're just as deep, but there's no river. And why did it go through the plateau, which is what the Genesis history video says? They said that Kaibab Plateau held back a huge lake, and then it flowed through the middle. It's like, no, it wouldn't flow through the middle because at the north it's lower, and at the south it's lower. It should have flowed around the Kaibab Plateau, but it didn't. It flowed through it. Now that little river, 300 feet across, cut a canyon 10 miles wide, 18 miles at the widest point. And then why did that river cut down into the hard crystalline rock of the inner gorge instead of getting wider into the softer sedimentary rock? So those are questions that if you want answered, we were going to debate this last month, but Jackson, some personal reasons came up where he couldn't do it. But we're still here, Jackson. If you want to debate it, if there's anybody out there wants to debate the origin of Grand Canyon, happy to do it. And so anybody, another debater want to defend the millions of years of view of that? And so what we did is we did the Grand Canyon overview. And then we answer those things, answer those questions. And what I like about Walt Brown's book, this is page 237 of the PDF that you can download. He has these decision trees. Those are the theories on top, and those are the features on the side. And the red is no good, yellow is maybe, and green is yes. It explains it really well. And under Walt Brown's hydroplate, it's green all the way down, every single one. Everything else barely has a green. And yet they won't talk about this in class. My brother-in-law had a geology class at St. Cloud State, and they were trying to figure out how Grand Canyon formed. And as you can see, none of the theories work. And on that Friday, the professor said, there's one theory we haven't talked about. Anybody know what it is? Kid raised their hand and said, Noah's flood. And the professor said, you're right, but we can't talk about it. Isn't that sad? They don't have a theory that works, but they won't talk about a theory because it comes from the Bible. It doesn't even have to be from the Bible. Just talk about a worldwide flood. There's nothing religious about that. So anyhow, we're doing what we can to open up get us out of the dark ages of millions of years and billions of years. Okay, so then the mountains rise down, and notice the mid-Atlantic ridge here, those straight lines, those are tension cracks. It's getting stretched. It's not getting compressed. It's getting stretched. Okay, so the mountains rise down, the plateaus rise up, and then the same way with the mid-oceanic ridge is rising up, something's got to sink in, and that would be the Pacific Ocean. So the Pacific Ocean gets sucked down. That's why we got that ring of fire, all that volcanic activity around there. That's why we got all the trenches in the Pacific Ocean, at least the vast majority of them are there. You got the Mariana Trench, which is a mile deeper than Everest is high. And then you got all these table mounts and sea mounts there, the volcanic activity. I mean, the Pacific Ocean is way different than all the other oceans. And I think it's because it got sucked in, it's got sucked down, and it even sucked down the 8th continent. Did you hear about that? Zealandia, sunken 8th continent, reveals its buried secrets. They found evidence of land-based fossils there. And then they've got a decision tree here, and this is on page 165 of the PDF, where you compare the origin of trenches, earthquakes, and the Ring of Fire with the hydroplate, and then with plate tectonics. And the hydroplate is green all the way down except for 2 yellows. And the plate tectonics theory is red all the way down except for 2 yellows. And so these theories should be talked about. And that's why we're here tonight. If these theories were being discussed in the science class, there'd be no reason for me to be here. But it's not being discussed, and that's holding back science. Okay, so what happens? The water that was covering the Earth gushes off the Earth to fill in the Pacific Ocean. Okay, and the continents were sitting up higher, and as the water cuts off, it makes these huge canyons, and these are the submarine canyons. There's canyons. There's a canyon. The deepest canyon is 2 miles deep. That's a mile deeper than Grand Canyon. That's by Spain. The longest one is 497 miles. That's the Congo. That's 280 miles longer than Grand Canyon. It's like, how do you form these canyons underwater? They can't be formed underwater. They had to be out of the water to get formed like that. And that's what happened. The continents were higher after the flood, and the water gushed off and cut these canyons. And then as we're recovering, the continents are sinking in and the oceans are rising up, and therefore you get the submarine canyons. And there's a canyon that's under 2 kilometers of ice in Greenland, and it's cut by a river because it's a V-shaped. If it was a glacier, it would be U-shaped, but this is V-shaped. So the river cut the canyon going off of Greenland, and the ice age filled it up. It's like, well, how do you, unlocking the ice mysteries of the ice age? Yeah, once it started, why would it stop? And how did it stop? There weren't any SUVs or coal burning power plants back then, but it got warmer. It had nothing to do with what man was doing. Okay, and so this is a map of the ice age, and notice in the upper part there, in Alaska and Siberia, there's no glacier during the ice age. Isn't that weird? Okay, but to get an ice age, it's really counterintuitive. You need warmer oceans and cooler continents. You need warmer oceans to get the precipitation, and it needs to be cooler continents so it comes down as snow. So how do you get the warmer oceans? Well, a lot of volcanic activity in that Pacific Ocean is going to warm it up. Okay, how do you get cooler continents? Well, they were higher. Plus, the atmosphere is full of aerosols from all the volcanoes going off. So it's going to snow more than it melts year after year. That's how you get an ice age. It snows more than it melts year after year. 400 or 500 years of it snowing more than it melts, you get the ice age like this. But during that time, the oceans are cooling off, so less snowfall, less precipitation. Plus, the atmosphere is clearing up, so more heat's getting to the surface. So 400 or 500 years of it snowing more than it melts, you get the ice age, and then 100 or 200 years of it with a clear atmosphere, it melting, and we're still, to a certain extent, recovering from the ice age. And also note down on the bottom right that when all that ice was on the continents, the oceans were lower 125 meters. So 375 feet, and that's going to open up land bridges almost everywhere. Okay, and talking about and then down in the Antarctica, they've got all these lakes under 2 miles of ice. How in the world does that happen? Especially when the average summer heat, or average temperature in the summer is below freezing. How is that going to get liquid water down there? And speaking of climate change, this is from Washington Post, and this is from 2017. Another climate change nightmare. 91 new volcanoes beneath Antarctica's ice. So if the ice caps are melting, it may be because of volcanoes, not coal burning power plants. And on that topic, I encourage everybody to read Inconvenient Facts by Gregory Wrightstone, and then also co2science.org. You can see that, because what he proposes in there is like, carbon-14 is plant food. If we had more CO2 in the atmosphere, we'd have more food and less droughts. He said freaking out over it now is like freaking out that your gas tank is going to overflow when it's an eighth full. We've had 8 times more carbon in the past. But anyhow, let's move on. They found those red dots are mammoths that were frozen in permafrost that they found. And here's a list of them. We don't have time to go through, but I'll point out one of them, the Berezhnikov mammoth. This one was frozen standing up. What does that tell us? It was still alive. You know, when you die, gravity wins and you tip over. He was still standing in permafrost. So how does that happen? It gets cold. That's the cold hail. Some of the stuff from the fountains of the Great Deep was erupting with such tremendous force that it got up into our atmosphere, got super cold. You know, when I was flying down to Houston or to Phoenix, I was at 30-some thousand feet, and outside it was minus 42 degrees below zero. Just think if you went up another 30 or 40,000 feet, how cold it would be. And what's good and shot up there, you got ice and water and carbon dioxide, which would go up there and turn into dry ice, and mud and limestone and salts and all that stuff. It's going to come down and bury the mammoths standing up. And there's all the theories. This is on page 283 of the PDF that you can download. There's the theories on top and the features on the bottom. And Bob Enyart wanted to make this interactive. You know, add features to the side and then critique it. And again, the hydroplate theory is green all the way down with 2 yellows. And most of everybody else maybe has 2 or 3 greens. So it's worthy of consideration. And then keep in mind that mammoths are not Arctic animals. They eat too much. They drink too much. They have hair. They don't have wool, you know, and that they don't have any erector muscles on them. They don't have any oil glands. And so if they were up there and they got snowed on and it melts on them, it's going to make them lose heat that much faster. So they're temperate animals where it's lots of animals. So how come they froze? They froze. So how come they didn't thaw out? How did it stay so cold? That's the big role. There's nothing in the northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere that cancels out the Himalayas. Brian Nickel made this. That's a bowling ball, and that red dot, that's lead. So there's a big, I think it's lead, but there's a big mass on top, and he's spinning it. And according to the laws, I believe it's angular momentum, that mass is going to try to get to the equator. Okay, and so that means that top went to the side. So that means something that was on the side went up to the top. And this is my favorite slide from Brian Nickel. You got Mammothville, where it's temperate, and they're fat and sassy, and they have lots of food to eat. And then the earth rolls, the Himalayas form, and the earth rolls, and then it moves them up to Mammoth Chill, where they never thaw out, along with snakes and tortoises and alligators and badgers and shrews. And the redwoods. Remember those fossil oddities, the redwoods near the North Pole? That's how they got there. They didn't grow there. They got rolled up there. And similarly, the South Pole is mostly covered by ice, but fossils show that crocodiles, dinosaurs, and palm trees once lived on the land. Well, it's the same thing. Antarctica used to be tropical at one time, and then the earth rolled and it put it all back to the bottom. So if that happened, would it leave a mark? And the answer is yes, because the circumference of the earth is bigger at the equator than around the poles. Okay. And so as the earth rolled through that bulge, it cracked the crust. And I think Brian, Pastor Lee, correct me if I'm wrong, but in one of your talks, it talked about that's the 90 East Ridge. That points, look at the 90 East Ridge. It's that straight up and down thing. I don't know if you can see my mouse thing, but it's straight up and down. Look at the red circle. That's the 90 East Ridge going perfectly north and south, pointed at the Himalayas. And I think Pastor Lee said that it just cracked another 125 miles, I think. So we're still recovering from the flood. Okay, so how do you get inland seas? These are seas like the Gulf of Mexico, the Mediterranean, the Black, and the Caspian. There's a whole bunch of salt at the bottom. A whole bunch. I think that's the salt that was at the bottom of the subterranean water chambers. And then how do chondrules form in meteorites? It's like, well, what's a chondrule? Chondrule is a small rounded particle embedded in most stony meteorite called chondrites. And they formed at high temperatures. Keep that in mind. High temperature formation. How they were melted, however, is not understood. And also it talks about high velocity collisions. The dust particles and planetesimals already in existence were melted by high energy events such as high velocity collisions and splashed about as droplets that quickly cooled. So it needs to be formed in high temperatures and then a high velocity collision and then cooled off quickly. That's what you need to get a chondrule. Okay, and then how were the heavy elements from iron to uranium made? We're going to answer all those three with one topic, and that has to do, origin of Earth's radioactivity. I encourage you to watch Brian Nickel. You know, a lot of this stuff goes way over my head. I'm not a scientist. What I am is a megaphone. I want people to know what the smart guys are saying. And he does, Brian Nichols, intelligent. He probably understands the hydroplate better than anybody right now, besides Walt Brown. And so, yeah, excellent source. And it all has to do with quartz. Quartz, granite is made of quartz, feldspar, mica, and hornblende. And quartz is piezoelectric. That means if you push it together in compression or you stretch it apart in tension, it's going to make a spark. Okay, and that's what's happening with the granite crust as the water's shooting out and down. They're going to call it fluttering. It's going to be bouncing up and down because the water's going to slam down and then it's going to bounce up. And then you're going to see that. Why do lights sometimes appear during an earthquake? Mostly just think of this as lightning inside of granite. These sparks are getting together. Mysterious flashing earthquake lights may be explained. What causes eerie earthquake lights? I think that's the piezoelectric quartz that are sparking under a tremendous pressure. And so that's what's happening. You see those things that they're stretched and compressed. You see this lightning. It's like lightning inside the granite. As the plates are going to, as the water, they're going to slam down, and then the pressure is going to build up and it's going to release it. And that's going to shoot it. Okay, so how were these chondrules formed in meteorites? Remember, they had to be formed in hot water, violent collision, and quickly cooled. Okay, they get formed in the supercritical water, which is really hot. The plates come crashing down. That's a high velocity collision. And then they get pushed, high velocity, making the chondrules. They get pushed to the side. And then when the next pressure release is, they get shot up into space. And what's the last part? They had to cool quickly. That's how you get chondrules from the hydroplate. So you got formed at high temperatures, high velocity collision, and cooled quickly. Perfect. The more they discover, the more it validates HPT. Then how are the heavy elements from iron to uranium made? Oh my, you got to listen to Brian Nichols talk. I'm just going to ski across the top. We're not doing any scuba diving. This is the big concept. It's nuclear, it's Z-pinching. They can do this in a lab. They got a pure electron material like copper or some other ones, and they hit it basically with lightning. And then it makes 94 natural elements and super heavy elements. And it's the same ratio of elements as we find in the earth. And then the radioactive ones that are too proton heavy, they're going to decay into that valley of stability. And Walt Brown has a decision tree here on page 403 of the downloadable PDF. And it's got all the features. It's got the hydroplate, and then you got chemical evolution, and then you got the different features, and then he's got red, he's green all the way down, except for one yellow. And then after this, he goes and explains why he put green and why he put red. Just incredibly, that book is 600 pages now. So what caused the inland seas to form? Well, with a lot of that, those free neutrons floating around, it's going to might make some weak points in the crust of the earth. And so there's so much pressure that it just explodes out of there. So the inland seas were just where it got too weak with all that radioactivity and just explodes out of there. That's how you get the inland seas. And what do you see at the Gulf of Mexico? Under the Gulf of Mexico is a single salt layer called the mother salt layer. It is at least 20,000 feet below sea level. Okay, so that's roughly 3 or 4 miles below sea level, 100,000 square miles in area, and 1,000 feet thick. How does that happen? Just in that area. Many tall salt domes rise several miles above the mother salt layer. Some salt domes are taller than Mount Everest. That's on page 121. And sediments almost 30,000 feet thick were then deposited on top of the 1,000 foot thick mother salt layer. And so how does that dome form? Well, wet salt can float up through denser, freshly deposited sediment. So I think the salt was at the bottom of the subterranean water chamber, and then the sediment came on, and it exploded, and the sediment filled in, and the salt dome rose up. Okay, and so now some of this stuff exploded and kept going. And Pastor Lee is going to talk about that in the next talk. But that's going to explain why sea plankton's found on the outer surface of the space station. They don't have to be baffled anymore. It shows how the moon is pounded facing the earth, but not the other way, it shouldn't be that way, because the earth protects the near side of the moon. The pounded part should be on the far side, unless, of course, the pounded stuff came from the earth. They call them mass concentrations are on the near side, not the far side. And we can explain the world of surprises. And then again, this is on page 315 of the PDF. You got theories, you got the theories of how comets got there. And let's see, they came from Earth. That's what is it's, and that what's basically green all the way down. So I encourage people to look at these decision trees, look at all the information, and come to an informed decision, because it's not happening in our classrooms. It's not happening in our museums, but hopefully that'll change. And you can listen to this trans-Neptune object thing. This is from a PhD, and I encourage you to look at that. Okay, now what are the predictions of the hydroplate theory? That's the hard currency of science. When somebody's talking about a theory, just ask them, well, what predictions have you made? You know, I was given 10 minutes to speak, 15 minutes to speak at a university classroom, believe it or not. I was done in 10 minutes, and I said, any questions? And the professor said, well, if you were king of science, what would you do? I said, we'd put all the theories on the table and we'd focus on the ones that are making accurate predictions. I said, plus we won't teach belief systems of the past, like the Big Bang and evolution. But anyhow, so what are some of these predictions, which are the hard currencies of science? Beneath major mountains are large volumes of pooled water. It was confirmed in 1980 when supercritical salt water appeared to be below the Tibetan Plateau. And then the crystalline rock under Gibraltar, Bosporus, Dardanelles, and the Golden Gate Bridge will be found to be eroded into V shapes. He published it in 95, and it was confirmed in 98, 2009, and 2018. And then soil erosion channels on Mars will contain trace-like, Earth-like soluble compounds, such as salt from Earth's pre-flood subterranean chambers. It was published in 2001 and was verified in 2004. And then some comets, asteroids, and meteorites will be found to be made of crystalline material and forged in extreme heat. He published that in 2001, and it was verified in 2004 and 2005. And then some large near parabolic comets, as they fall toward the center of the solar system for the first time, will have moons. And that was published, it was confirmed in 1998. And then asteroids are rock piles, often with internal ice acting as glue. And then 4 years later, it was confirmed that series found that it does indeed have a dense rocky core. Okay, and then most of the rocks, pebble size and larger, comprising asteroids and comets, were found to be rounded to some degree. And he was and then in 2014, it said that there are these rounded boulders. They call them dinosaur eggs. Okay, and then this is Planet X will not be found in the next 5 years by January of 2021 because it does not exist. He made that prediction in 2016, and it was confirmed in 2021, and we still don't have the book in a 2019 copyright. So hopefully things change. Hopefully the obstacles that are keeping people from seeing the value of this, even if it's got typos, hopefully that'll get out there. So this prediction was confirmed 5 years ago, and we still don't have the book in which it was predicted in. Okay. All right. So bones or organic remains that contain enough carbon are believed to be older than 100,000 years will be shown to be relatively young in blind radiocarbon tests. And that was confirmed in 2021. Well, yeah, they found carbon-14 in the bones. They don't do them. I don't think they do blind tests, though. That's what we really need in science. You don't want to do those datings? Let's do some blind tests. Let's just give you a whole bunch of samples and get a whole bunch of labs and see how accurate you are instead of just doing one guy. We're supposed to believe you. Here's some discovery. The black smoker, some of it as hot as 872 degrees, were discovered in 1977. Okay, and then down at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean is the hottest water on Earth in a, guess what, folks? Supercritical state. Never seen before in nature. Well, how did it get supercritical? We know. And then it says that supercritical water is seen jetting up from the floor of the Gulf of Mexico. Okay, and you can see these on a note on page 430 and also a note on page 143. So there's a lot of scientific evidence. So what did we do tonight? We showed you the 4 phases of the hydroplate. First was the rupture phase when the fountains of the Great Deep ripped the crust from all the way around the world. That took 2 hours. Then there was a flood phase, which was 150 days where the water's gushing out. And then there's the continental drift phase where the mid-oceanic ridge bulges and the continents start sliding. That takes about a day. And at the end of the day was the compression event. That's when about in an hour, all the mountains rose up, and it also went up high into the atmosphere and pushed that atmosphere. And the atmosphere comes, it's like a tidal wave of air coming down on people. And that could have been the big wind that they talk about in the Bible. And then we're in the recovery phase right now. And that's how the plateaus rose up. That's how the things were formed. That's how the Himalayas got to the side. Okay, so that's the hydroplate theory. Let's put it all in perspective right now. 100 some years ago, Dr. Thomas Chamberlain, He was the former president of the University of Wisconsin, the first head of geology department at the University of Chicago. He warned researchers not to let one hypothesis dominate their thinking. Well, guess what, folks? That's what's happening today. You got plate tectonics dominating all the theories in the secular school districts, and evolution and the Big Bang, just one theory. Then even creation models, creation museums, they only have one model. They have one hypothesis that they teach. They might show the secular one, but I think they should start throwing the hydroplate. Okay, so he warned researchers not to let one hypothesis dominate their thinking. Instead, they should always have or seek multiple working hypotheses. So then you can sharpen your analytical skills. You can compare and contrast. You can think independently. Otherwise, you simply memorize and conform. And I see a lot of people that are just memorizing and conforming at St. Cloud State. They know what to think, but they don't know how to think. Okay. So let's wrap this up. You got all these puzzles. Do you want all those? You want answers to those answered questions? Do you want to be unpuzzled? Do you want people to have clear vision? Hydroplate. Throw away that blind chance perspective and use the hydroplate, and it all snaps into focus. And Jane Albright, she did the flood models. It's so much fun preparing for this. The last couple of days, all I did was listen to interviews, like Brian Nickel interviews and Jane Albright interviews. And she was talking about it just didn't make sense what was happening until she read The Structure of Scientific Revolutions by Thomas Kuhn. Okay. And this is these are the phases. Science is working great, but then it may reveal anomalies. And they may accumulate to the point where normal science becomes difficult and where weaknesses in the old paradigm are revealed. That's where we are right now, folks. It's not working, but they're trying not to reveal the weaknesses. And that's what we're trying to do tonight. And this tonight was actually supposed to be a roundtable discussion between CPT guys, and that's catastrophic plate tectonic guys, and hydroplate guys. We were supposed to discuss the weaknesses and strengths of each theory. That's all we wanted. Let's let science progress like that. But they didn't step up to the microphone, so here we are. Just like the Grand Canyon, the debate. He didn't step up to the microphone, so here we are. Okay, so they may accumulate to the point where normal science becomes difficult and where weaknesses of the old paradigm are revealed. Okay, so what happens then when they do get revealed, unable to account for anomalies, and Pastor Lee is going to have a whole bunch of them in the next hours, the community enters a crisis period. And they don't want a crisis period because they don't have anything besides God, and they sure don't want that. So they keep sweeping it under the rug. But eventually there's going to be a paradigm shift, and we'll get to that, or a scientific revolution where underlying assumptions of the field are re-examined and a new paradigm is established. That's what we need your help for. We want you to bring this into all the museums, everybody you talk to, understand this theory and start just sharing it with people. Because Walt Brown says, for a scientific revolution, widespread belief systems seldom change when frequently reinforced by influential institutions such as the universities, the media, the religious institutions. And we got those. They got theistic evolution, or they've got the what does Hugh Ross have? Progressive creation. And so, yeah, religious institutions and the scientific and intellectual elite. But when vast numbers of people realize they have been misled, an intellectual revolution begins. And that's why we want you to sign up for HPT wins at proton.me. Let's get a group of hydroplate proponents and let's get organized and let's have another conference, or let's know what's going on, and let's start sharing this information far and wide so it can be a emperor has no clothes moment. When people realize we've been misled, and evolution has no evidence, and the Big Bang has no evidence, and we don't want to pay for it anymore to be taught in our schools. We certainly don't want you to teach lies in our schools. Okay, now observers of the revolution should take note which side avoids a rational scientific debate. It's real difficult to get evolutionists to step up to the microphone. So I do thank Planet Peterson for doing that, and then Mark Reed, who's going to be doing that next week here on this channel. Thank you for stepping up to the microphone, because a lot of evolutionists don't. Okay, and even the CPT guys, they didn't step up. Well, we want you to. The invitation is here. Let's talk about these theories. It's not my theory or your theory that wins. Let the best theory, so then science can advance. Okay, and so yeah, we wanted maybe Jackson will step up, or someone to step up. Okay, and so since we didn't have that discussion where you could see the strengths and weaknesses of each theory, go into rsr.org/answers, and Bob Enyart did it for you. Here's the published criticisms of the hydroplate theory, and the stuff that's on YouTube, the published criticisms, and then how we answer them. And they're phenomenal. Those interviews, especially those Brian Nickel interviews, oh, man, are they gold. So then you get all the information. We call this the Hydroplate protocol. Why don't evolutionists do this? Why don't they have a page that says these are what people say is wrong with it? Why don't the catastrophic plate tectonics people do that? This is our theory. This is the criticisms again, and this is how we answer it. This is the Hydroplate protocol. Hopefully that'll be the standard of science going forward. And so what we need you to do is to question everything yourself. The Big Bang Theory, the scientifics, what the scientists are telling you, the experts. You don't just trust the science. That is not science. Okay, question everything, including starting with this book, this Hydroplate book. This is the 8th edition. This is the 9th edition. Question these books, but they're hard to get. So whoever's in charge of these books, let's make them available so people can start questioning them and so science can advance. Okay, and then you go into rsr.hpt. How do you get this? You can get it on an electronic format. Go into rsr.org/hpt. There's a 9th edition button. Click on that. You can download it. I encourage everybody to do that because the internet can be taken down at any time. Okay, and then then also there's interviews, and listen to Walt Brown Week. Those are the interviews that changed my life. And also Jane Albright, she's got she critiques all of the flood theories. And then if you want to know the Walt Brown controversy, there's some very mean things said about Walt Brown in the past. Okay, and I don't think they're accurate, but Jane, she analyzes the situation. She interviews a lot of the people that are involved, and you can hear about that on her third video, the third flood model interview that she does. But that's rsr.org, and you can search Jane Albright if you want to hear about that. And I encourage people to go to Brian Nickel, like that as we began. That person watches his videos over and over and over again, and they're just a wealth of knowledge. And go into rsr.org. When I'm driving to Nebraska or Colorado to do these creation talks, I'm just listening to Real Science Radio. Or even when I'm just driving around town, I listen to Real Science Radio. And it's pretty humorous sometimes. What did Bob Enyart say? We said, Fred Williams, he said, evolution, it's not a theory. It's a hypothesis. It's just a glorified hypothesis. And then Bob Enyart says, it's not a glorified hypothesis. It's a high, he called it a low grade hypothesis. And he says, no, it's not. It's a high grade fever induced delusion. And so it's kind of fun listening to that stuff. Listen to Walt Brown Week, listen to Jane Albright's interviews. And a lot of these you can listen for free, but I encourage you to get the videos because those websites can be taken down, and then support Real Science Radio. They're doing really good work. So here's some of the websites you can take a snapshot on, and go into hydroplate.org. That's where you can see the videos from the Hydroplate conference. And then you can also watch that video by Pastor Kevin Lee. He gave it in Nebraska. That's the talk that destroys the Big Bang. And he's probably going to talk about a lot of it on the next hour. And then again, realscienceradio.org/HPT/answers. Those are great sources. And if you type in heat, listen to the heat objections ones with Brian Nickel. I listened to all of them, some of them multiple times, prepping for this. Just a wealth of knowledge there. Again, Brian Nickel has the best, if you want to see it animated, it's very well done. I've got a YouTube channel with Solidify Your Faith where it's got the playlist. And then we want everybody to sign up to be on part of the team. HPT wins at proton.me. This is an exciting adventure, and we want you to be part of it. All right. And with that, this is what caused the flood. This theory with one assumption explains 25 major features. So thank you for watching. I encourage you to get informed and inform others, and then sign up to be on the team at HPT wins at proton.me. So thank you very much, Donnie. I appreciate the opportunity to share this, and may God bless your efforts here.
God bless you, Brian. That flew by. You are an excellent, engaging presenter. I really enjoyed that talk. Full of visuals, data, evidence. One thing I'll say before we move into our next talk is I love the way you point out that the gold standard of science is making testable and falsifiable predictions. And I appreciate the fact that you covered many of those predictions in terms of the hydroplate theory in your talk. And so, okay, great material, Brian. We've got a lot of questions to ask you regarding the material you presented. We got a lot of questions, Matt, as you know, from our audience as well. We're going to save those for the discussion period, of course, and start moving into our second talk. Before we get into that, though, I'll let the audience know that I did start a poll just to see, because it looks like we got a pretty good mix of views in our live chat. And so I started a poll just to see where people are and where they land in terms of the various flood models. And so the question is CPT versus HPT. Which model has more support? Looks like plenty of people have voted. And so far, hydroplate theory is in the lead at 54%, 46% for CPT. Wow. So if you haven't yet voted, send in your vote. We'll probably keep that going for another 30 minutes or so. I think it's just interesting to see where people land in the young earth creation world on this issue. So, okay, Brian, appreciate that, brother.
We'll Brian, you managed
Matt, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say you managed to pull in 22 questions already. That's another hour. That's another hour. Just
Praise the Lord. People are thinking. That's the whole intent, is get people thinking. Praise the Lord for that.
Awesome.
Well said. Yeah. You know, if someone gives a talk or a presentation, you get that many questions, that means your presentation was engaging enough to get people thinking. Like you said, Brian, that's what we want people to do, is get them thinking. I also appreciate, Brian, your willingness to engage with differing views. You do not shy away from discussions. We are working on, hopefully at some point in the future, setting up a roundtable discussion between HPT proponents and CPT proponents. I think that's necessary. And doing those in public like this, live, allows the audience to get involved as well. Because that's what we want to do, is we want to give this information to the viewer, to the audience, in order for them to digest and analyze for themselves. So, Brian, I appreciate that about you, brother.
Well, I appreciate the forum. You're doing a very vital, important work right now, Padani. No one else is doing it.
Well, I appreciate it. Okay, this is great so far, everybody. We're moving along smoothly. We're now transitioning into our second talk. And our second talk will be given by Pastor Kevin Lee. This talk is titled Shocking NASA Discoveries About Asteroids, Prediction and Explained by HPT. So, guys, I think you are in for another treat. I am going to bring in our speaker, Pastor Kevin Lee. It is great to have you, brother. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great. I'm getting a total delay, though, from what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing. And so I don't know how to deal with that.
Are you watching it on the YouTube? Because if you are, I would pause the YouTube. I think I can hear it in the background, and then you won't have the delay anymore.
No, I'm not watching it on YouTube. I'm watching it on StreamYard.com.
Because I can hear it in the background. Do you have a separate window open by any chance?
Is this better? No.
Nope, I can still hear it. So you're definitely playing it through
headphones. Check your headphones.
YouTube, or
remember you were on your headphones before, right? And you changed it over?
No, I wasn't on headphones. I was doing it from this microphone.
Oh, that's right. That was Brian.
Headphones, and so it's really weird. But
because you don't need to watch, because so right now there's no delay with our conversation, right?
Okay. So yeah, I won't watch it. I'll just go to my screen and you can tell me if everything's okay. Is that okay?
Absolutely. You leave it to us, Pastor Kevin Lee. We'll watch. We'll make sure everything's going smooth.
Is this working?
If there's any issues,
Does this work now?
Yeah, you're coming in good. But I still hear it playing in the background. So you're gonna want to shut that off for sure.
Okay.
Because it'll be a distraction for the audience.
I still hear it playing in the background. So
we can still hear
it. Some tab is open if you just close them all up.
I don't know how that's happening.
Don't close the tab you're on, though.
What we'll do, Pastor Kevin Lee, I just want to make sure things are running smooth. So I'm going to put you backstage for now as you figure that out. And we're going to have Matt give our second speaker, Pastor Kevin Lee, a formal introduction. For anybody unfamiliar with him, it is Pastor Kevin Lee's first time here on the channel. And so we do appreciate him being here. And T-Rock, appreciate that, brother. Yes, his recommendation, Pastor, is to just close all of your browser windows. And
except for the one you're on.
Right. Make sure you don't close the StreamYard one. All you really need is your slides and then us on the StreamYard. And so, Matt, would you do the honors of giving our second speaker here, Pastor Kevin Lee, a formal introduction?
Sure, no problem. So Kevin Lee currently serves as a senior pastor at Calvary Church in Port Orchard in Washington State, which he founded in 1993. Upon coming to faith as a young sailor in the United States Nuclear Navy, Pastor Kevin realized that the Bible was true, but struggled to understand how the entire earth could have been covered with water, as Genesis states, until he discovered the hydroplate theory. After the Navy, he worked with nuclear engineering department at the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard in Birmingham, Washington, teaching naval nuclear reactor plant design and operations to engineers. He also took college courses in engineering, physics, and orbital physics. So Kevin is a fervent apologist for a literal six-day creation and global flood, and draws on his technical experience and knowledge to combat the lies of evolution and associated false interpretations of scientific evidence. He and his wife of 47 years have 2 grandchildren, 6 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren.
Matt, thank you very much for that. And so for those in the audience that are interacting live, if you want to see more from both guests tonight, Brian Lauer and Pastor Kevin Lee, do please check the description box of this video for the relevant links. Pastor Kevin Lee, let's go back in here. Let's see if we've resolved the issue.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, everybody ought to take a break while we figure this out.
What you can do is, if this is a trouble and you can't fix it, just turn down the volume till you can't hear any of us or anything, because you don't need to hear us. You're giving a presentation, right? So then you can give your talk and you won't hear any of the reverberation. I guess that would be a last
Kevin,
ditch.
Well, actually,
okay,
a recommendation I would do too.
I'm totally muted. Is this working?
No. I can still hear the background. Matt, are you able to hear the background?
No, sorry, I hear the background. I thought he meant himself. Yeah.
Oh,
I hear that.
Pastor Kevin, can you share your screen and we'll look? I'm curious to see what tabs you have open. You just went on mute.
Yeah, you muted yourself.
I'm curious if you could do us a favor and screen share like you did before. And I want to see what tabs you have open, because there's definitely the YouTube video itself is somewhere open on your computer for us to be hearing it. Brian, did you have any advice, brother? If not, no worries. I think we're gonna.
Yeah, I'm pretty technically challenged too, but yeah, it makes sense to shut down all the windows that you're not doing.
And Kevin, you are on mute. If you could make sure to unmute.
Here you go. He's sharing a screen.
Oh, okay.
No, he's got one tab. Can you slide it down? Just grab it and move it. Let's see what else is around here. Oh, you're still muted, by the way. Okay, 1, 2. He's got 3 StreamYards, right? That could be a problem. You're still muted, Kevin. Hit the bottom left. It should
bottom
be
left.
red.
You'll see the mic button, Kevin, and it is red.
Right there.
So you want to click it. Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Kevin, and it is.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Right.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know where that noise is coming from.
Okay, but I'm still getting the delay. Maybe it's by the speed of my internet or something.
It looks like you got 3 tabs. See, look, there's 3 tabs right there, right?
Yeah. So
close that. Yeah, close that one. That one's useless. Now go back and there's another one open. There's another one open there somewhere. Now go back. There's another one open.
can you highlight over your Chrome tab at the bottom there and see? Can you highlight over your Chrome tab at the bottom there and see? Can you highlight over your Chrome tab at the bottom there? Do you have headphones, Pastor Kevin?
No.
Was this issue
No,
happening?
I only have this. I only have this.
This wasn't happening earlier. Did you just want to reset? and just come back. Like,
And does that help out at all?
Did you want to? I got a good idea because we have so many questions for Brian. Why don't we jump into?
It's a 5-second delay.
yeah, it's still there.
Is there any way you could just X out of everything that's open and then jump into StreamYard again fresh?
Yeah, I think the best thing to do is we can engage Brian with some questions from the audience. And Pastor Kevin, can you shut down your whole computer, restart it? Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
He said he'll come back in.
Okay.
That sounded bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be way too distracting for the audience if they're going to hear the. But Kevin G here in the chat said he noticed the speakers are off. And so perhaps he's trying to listen to it.
Oh,
I'm not sure, but we'll give him the opportunity. So, okay. Matt, did you want to start off with a question of your own for Brian based on his presentation? And then we'll kind of move forward that way.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Let's see. So you mentioned mammoths. I'm guessing that most people are going to have a problem with the mammoth because they are considered an ice age species that evolved for the cold. And they froze during the flood, and then the earth shifted up and placed them into the northern regions where they are today. So a critic might say, the mammoth look like they're a cold climate species. And is there other possible ways that they could have possibly frozen other than just the fountains of the great deep breaking forth and then some of the water comes down and freezes them in the region? Like, why would they freeze, for example, at the equator and not other animals not freeze, not at the equator in different regions of the world?
Well, they may have froze all over the world. It's just the ones in permafrost did not thaw out. They may have been there may have been animals frozen all over the world, but then as the earth heats up, there's not permafrost everywhere, so they could have gotten decomposed that way.
I'm curious myself if hydroplate proponents would hold to this position with the mammoths being flash frozen during the flood. You'd have to argue that mammoths are therefore pre-flood creatures. But from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, mammoths are found in the higher rocks. They're found with creatures like bison, wolves, cave lions, modern humans. So, but brown bears is another one. Wouldn't a hydroplate proponent then have to say that all those creatures, including modern humans that are found with mammoths, are also pre-flood? Or how would you view that, Brian?
Well, it depends on where you find the mammoths, because they find mammoths down by St. Louis. I've been to it's a mastodon museum. Those are over there. The key, or the thing that I think is most noteworthy about the mammoth I brought up, is that it was frozen standing up. It's very difficult to flash freeze a mammoth or an elephant standing up. If it wasn't the super cold hail from space, what was it? How did it freeze so fast that it didn't decompose on the inside? It had to be, they say it had to be 150 degrees below zero, but that typically doesn't happen on Earth. And then again, they're not made for the Arctic. They've got hair and they don't have erector muscles, and they eat too much. They weigh too much. Yeah, that's I don't know if you want to see. Yeah, Walt Brown has a little segment on it. I don't know if you want to read it, but if I haven't explained it as much. He said all hoofed animals in the Arctic have fur on their legs, not hair. The mammoth had hair. With the mammoth's greaseless hair, much more snow would touch the skin, melt, and increase the heat transfer 10 to 100-fold. Later, refreezing would seriously harm the animal. And the mammoth and elephant skin both lack oil glands, making them vulnerable to cold, damp climates. Arctic animals have both oil glands and erector muscles, equipment absent in mammals. and they were pretty heavy, and the thick layers of fat show that there was plentiful food. Abundant food implies temperate climate, because if it's freezing up there, it's going to be very difficult for them to get enough food or enough water. And so, I mean, that's one aspect of the hydroplate. I'm not sure, if that's one aspect. And then also, they got that decision model for the decision tree of the mammoths also is what you can look at. Let's see, where was that?
Now, if I'm understanding what you're saying, would that mean then, because I think some young Earth Cretaceous might have a problem with where the mammoths are found being in the Cenozoic era. A lot of young Earth Cretaceous would view that as post-flood rock. Can you be hydroplate, but also have a differing view on that and say, okay, yeah, mammoths are post-flood, maybe some were also pre-flood, as in there's a mix, or Brian, I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I would suggest that they were on the ark and got off the ark too. I would suggest that mammoths were on the ark, and I would suggest that the ones that are frozen are the ones that didn't get on the ark.
Okay, so you could have mammoths pre-flood and post-flood. So if you're finding ones in the higher rocks in, let's say, the Cenozoic, in the Pleistocene, with post-flood creatures and humans, you as a hydroplate proponent could say that those are post-flood mammoths that have adapted from mammoths that went on the ark, and then the flash frozen ones are mammoths that were frozen during the flood, therefore pre-flood. Does that make sense?
And yeah, I guess I'm kind of skeptical of the layering. This is that layer and that layer, that's the Zoic and all that stuff. But the mammoths, let's see. Yeah, I just had a thought. It just escaped me. But yeah. But the mammoths. Oh yeah, Walt Brown. He did make he made a prediction about mammoths. He said you aren't going to find any oil or coal underneath them, and you aren't going to find fossils either. And then Walt Brown or Bob Enyart said you might want to clarify that. You might want to say standing mammoths, because they could get washed away, too. And so, but that's what he had suggested, and I think that. And so that's one of his predictions. There was somebody who said that, no, we found this layer underneath the mammoths, then he was just reading the map wrong, so he withdrew his paper. So that's one of his predictions. But they've got, on page 283 of the PDF, he's got his decision tree and all the theories with it, so people can compare and contrast it. And then after that, he explains why he put what he put. Okay,
very interesting. Matt, did you have a follow-up on that, brother?
No, I had never heard that from Walt Brown. No fossils found under mammoths. That's a new one for me. I'd never heard that yet. So that's good.
Yeah, that was on one of the interviews. I think if you listen to, I don't know. Bob Enyart said it one time.
Yeah.
What does Walt Brown mean by that exactly? Because from my understanding, they would find fossils of other animals underneath where the mammoths are found, of course, because they're found on higher rocks. Is that what he's saying? Like you wouldn't find?
Well, they find a lot of them mixed together, like bison and all this other camels. And there's a whole bunch of animals that they have found frozen with the mammoths. And it could be they're all scurrying to get to the hill, get out of the water. And it's just that the mammoth was the biggest one, so he just climbed on top of them all.
Oh, okay.
And you're saying that would be specific to flash frozen mammoths, not necessarily.
Right. Yeah. And and even like in other floods too, or other places where they're fossilized too, I think the bigger animals, they're going to stomp on the littler ones. But I'm just shooting from the hip here. This is just mainly to get people thinking about the framework.
Right.
The details could be wrong, but I think the framework is right. And
right. So I guess if the general picture of, let's say, hydroplate theory is correct, those within the hydroplate world who hold to that position, they can have differing views on the minor details, let's say with mammoths, would you say, or is the mammoth issue a primary?
No. The main issue is that half of the ocean was inside the earth at one time. And it erupted out after, and supercritical water, which is coming up today in the ocean. So that's a strong evidence for the hydroplate, and it explains it, why it's there. And then it also explains the continents shifting. Those are the main things. And then the details, we can squabble about. And even the main things we can squabble about, but I think it needs to be looked at. This theory's been kicked to the curb for 53 years. It's making all those accurate predictions, and it's still kicked to the curb. And that's a dark day in science. When you got a theory making all those accurate predictions and you're not giving it the light of day, that's really sad.
Well, you made a very convincing presentation, Brian, and you made a lot of good points. I really enjoyed that. We have more questions, of course, and questions of clarification, but we do have Pastor Kevin Lee back. And so I'm going to unmute him, and we're going to pray that the issue's fixed. So
are we fixed?
Hey.
Yeah. So
we're
you can
good
hear me now and everything's okay?
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah, we don't hear any delay. So so I guess you just closing everying and restarting the computer. I think
it worked fine during our preview, and the demons are back. We're there for a second. So anyway, and could I speak to the mammoths? Because I've talked to Michael Lord and Walt Brown years ago about this. And,
of course, yeah.
Or should we say that for Q&A time? Okay, there would have been frozen mammoths all over the world, because all over the world, the fountains of the Great Deep would have been sending water into space, enough, but not enough to go into escape velocity and become part of comets and asteroids, but to then come down, and there would have been buried things all over the earth. The mammoths are going to get to high ground better than other animals for the reasons already stated. But what's going to happen is when the earth rolls, then the ice that buried the mammoths that we found standing up, they stay there for thousands of years for us to then find them. Every place else on the earth, they get, the frost goes away, the loess goes away, and we find them as buried mammoths. Some of them would have been pre-flood, and like you guys already said, some of them are going to be post-flood because they were on the ark. So you're going to find post-flood, but the only place you're going to find pre-flood, definitely pre-flood, are going to be in the Arctic areas, because the earth rolled into that area because they can't live in the Arctic. And when I asked, Mike Ord and I were talking about it because he obviously disagrees, and this is years ago. And I said, but what about the Russian mammoth that's, got broken bones, standing up, tropical vegetation in his mouth, suffocated because it was an erection on the elephant. They know he's suffocated. And the internal stuff that he ate wasn't decayed. He was flash frozen to 150 below zero. Is the only way you can cool it off quick enough that it's not going to rot on the inside. And he goes, well, that's for somebody else to figure out. And I go, you got to be kidding me. I mean, Walt, you're saying Walt's an idiot to think that he believes that frozen mammoths are a support of the hydroplate theory. And then he can't answer the frozen standing up mammoth. And he says somebody else has got to figure it out. Well, Walt did. So, and Walt was on the phone with me when I was doing that. And anyway, I'm sorry for the delay.
No, Pastor Kevin, no worries. And I think that was a good detailed answer, some interesting points. And so I guess I would follow up with this. So because I've seen criticisms by those who would not hold to hydroplate theory, like those in the catastrophic plate tectonics camp, their main objection would basically be, okay, if the woolly mammoths were buried at the beginning of the flood, when the fountains of the Great Deep broke open, firstly, would that be an accurate statement that they were buried at the beginning of the flood when the fountains of the Great Deep broke open to be flash frozen?
Well, they would have been buried. It didn't have to be at the beginning. The flood of the 40, it's within the 40 days and nights of it raining, because again, they're looking for high ground. They're looking to survive. And that mammoth was struggling to get up. You could tell he was struggling to get up, probably against the current of water. So it didn't have to be at the beginning. Okay. Because that's a challenge I've seen where they say, well, the woolly mammoths, since they're buried in the Cenozoic, which is technically the top of the fossil record in what they would say is post-flood sediments, why aren't the mammoths found at the bottom of the fossil record? They would have been sent all around the world. As the mammoths that died didn't get frozen would have been joining everything else in mats of debris and everything else that are being buried. And we talk about these layers, but the layers are being laid down in a few weeks. It's like, you know, what's the difference between the layers? And Walt points out that there is liquefaction that will separate the layers. That's how come you get the layered strata, is his liquefaction chapter. And things would have been moved out of layers of the bottom by liquefaction, especially big mammoths.
Okay, yeah. Matt, it looks like you're going to say something.
Oh, no, sorry. I was replying to somebody in the comment section. They said, wouldn't the water just go up and turn into snow and just come back down lightly? I said, no, it's called muddy hail because it throws up debris that gets frozen and comes back down.
Yeah. Yeah. They were buried. All the frozen mammoths and frozen other things too are buried in what they call loess, which is a burying small particle in the dirt. I mean, it was dirty ice that buried them.
Right.
And Walt predicted that when they sent Stardust up, that one of the things they would be finding is that kind of really fine dust, which they did find. They're finding it now. We're going to talk about it in our asteroid and comet chapter.
Nice. Well, since Brian Nichols is here, maybe he wanted to throw in some input as well on the mammoth subject. If you're at your computer, that is.
Why don't we do this? Because I know Brian, I think from my understanding in the Q&A, will want to speak to the origin of radioactivity. And Brian, you did a great job discussing that issue, a very important issue. Pastor Kevin and Brian, you guys did an excellent job answering those questions and challenges on the mammoth issue. I think your points were very helpful. And again, I appreciate you guys being willing to engage some of these challenges. And so I think it's a good time to move into our second talk. Brian, great job answering those questions. I'll put you backstage. Brian Nickel, I'll put you backstage as well. Pastor Kevin Lee, I am very excited for our audience to see your talk. I've seen at least a couple of your talks on this topic, the origin of comets and asteroids. And so God bless you for the work that you're doing, brother. And I think we're just going to get right into it. I got your slides up on the screen, and this would be talk number 2 for tonight's Hydroplate Theory Seminar. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thanks. And thanks to the audience for joining. And, you know, again, apologies for the technical glitch there. But this is Pastor Kevin Lee. Our website for our church is calvarypo.org, which is another place to go to our YouTube channel. And we have a playlist also that's tied to the hydroplate theory. And we link to Brian Nichols' videos and everything else. So that's one of the sources. So Center for Scientific Creation, hydroplate.org is also another place to get resources. Real Science Radio, as has been said, Brian Nichols animations. This is the actual cover of the 9th edition. The official 9th edition is not out. I spent a good chunk of this last week doing the final proofread of the Comet and Asteroid chapter and Trenches chapter. We're getting very, very close to having the 9th edition out. This is what it will look like. The one that Brian was alluding to is based on a 2017 PDF at a time when there was a corruption with the program that Walt was using called FrameMaker, and it's been a long process to fix all the corruptions, which is almost done. So this topic is origin of comets and asteroids, and what does the non-HPT creationist say? You know, there might be another view out there, but the predominant view is they were part of the 6-day creation. But that's not consistent with the scriptures. I spent a lot of time on that in the past. The comets and asteroids are not good. They have our name on them. There's Revelation talks about the earth being hit by things that are described like we would describe a comet or asteroid hitting the earth. Not good. What the evolutionists speculate is the origin of comets and asteroids to their own emission that we'll see in this presentation. It's not supported by the evidence. Everything they think they're going to go see and find on an asteroid and comet is not what they find and see. Everything they find and see on comets and asteroids are completely predicted and expected by the hydroplate theory and explained by the hydroplate theory. And so all the evidence supports this premise. They came from the earth when the waters of the great deep burst up. on Genesis 7:11. And I'm going to admit, though, like I did in Nebraska, Hastings, Nebraska, I was there earlier in the year giving this presentation, a different version of it. And I had to admit up front, what we're saying sounds preposterous. And a medical professor at Liberty said, if you have the wrong perspective of the past, you will have a wrong perception of the present and a wrong focus on the future. I really got this from Brian Lauer. And to think out of the box, we must get out of the evolutionary Big Bang plate tectonic box and rely on the biblical text, which we know to be true. And everybody here that's a Christian, I know a lot of your audience are non-Christians, but we actually believe the Bible is true. If it's not true, then we got to go do something else on Sundays. If we do believe it's true, we believe it's all true. So if we're believing something that's not consistent with the Bible, then we should dispose of it or figure out maybe what I'm thinking is about the Bible is different than what it's saying. So it is out of the box to think that asteroids and comets that we look up are coming from the Earth. Well, Lloyd Kelvin, who was a very, very brilliant scientist in the 1800s, we have a temperature based on him, temperature measuring. And he said at one time, heavier than air flying machines are impossible, because he only knew the science of buoyancy. He didn't know the science of rho AV equals rho AV, the Bernoulli equation. He didn't know that if you put a wing with a greater amount of distance over the top of the wing than the bottom of the wing, it's going to create lift. And so for him to say that, it's too bad you can't, take him today and let him watch a 747. Oh, maybe you were wrong when you thought it was impossible. And, our friend, Dr. Baumgartner, who is obviously in opposition to the hydroplate theory. And I wrote to him before giving my Nebraska talk just to ask him about the recent discoveries of bacteria, amino acids, nucleotide, all amino acids for life, all nucleotides for DNA, bacteria on, Ryugu, the asteroid Ryugu had bacteria. Bennu had amino acids and probably bacteria, but they haven't told us yet. Probably. And then there was a Nature article that shows that they no longer believe with this full waveform seismic tomography that they can say that what they used to say was a very obvious cold subducting plate. They no longer say that because they're seeing the same density anomalies in places where there cannot be subducting plates. And so I wrote him and I said, Dr. Baumgartner, what do we do in light of these two new scientific, one that dispels the catastrophic plate tectonic theory and one that it greatly enhances the premise of the hydroplate theory about items being launched into space? And that discussion is at hydroplate.org. You can see the email exchange. In that email exchange, he said the energy source invoked for accomplishing this astonishing feat of sending the debris into space that then came together as asteroids and comets is sheer fantasy. So, he thinks this is sheer fantasy, but the evidence says otherwise, as we're going to see. As Brian already pointed out, there are 74 biblical references to Noah's flood. All of them are consistent with the hydroplate theory. What does the Bible say? That in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, on that day, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, and the windows of heaven were open, and the rain was on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. So there was water that burst up in a way that caused global rainfall for 40 days and 40 nights. That can only be a fountain. You can't get the normal hydrological cycle on the earth to give global rainfall. It's a heat problem to even attempt to do so. But if you had water from under the crust, as Brian was talking about, that ruptures out of the crack, and some of it doesn't have enough energy to go into space, it comes down as global rainfall. It's perfect to explain why there would be global rainfall. It also is perfect to explain that after the crack widened, and Walt Brown has calculated it widened to about 700 miles on each side of the crack. As the crack widens, the gun barrel of jettisoning that water into space gets bigger, so it's not going to be as powerful as a fountain, to the point where After 40 days, it's wide enough that it can't launch things into even the upper atmosphere to cause global rainfall. But the water keeps going up for 150 days because it's still leaking out from underneath the subterranean chambers. It's just not creating global rainfall. Hydroplate theory explains those two phenomena: 40 days of rain followed by another 110 days of water increasing until the compression event. What else does it say? And when it says the fountains of the great deep were broken up, that same word in the Hebrew is used in Exodus 14 about when God divides the water for the Jews to go across the Gulf Aqaba, the Nueva Beach area, on dry land. He divided the waters. That same broken up, he divided the waters from below the crust to above the crust. And it also says in Proverbs 8:23, it says, this is God speaking. I, God, wisdom, have been established from the everlasting, from the beginning, before there was an earth. When there was no depths, I was brought forth. When there were no fountains, abounding with water. Not magma, not supercritical water that burns, that's heated up by magma and then tries to bubble up to the surface, as John Baumgartner said on your show that we'll talk about later. Before the mountains were settled, as Brian Lauer just mentioned, the hydroplate theory has mountains settling down into the mantle after the compression event. So even this verse is talking hydroplate theory. And then Peter, 2 Peter, this is the clincher to me. For this, the last day scoffers, they say, where's God? Where's his second coming and all this? Willfully forget that by the word of God, the heavens were of old and the earth standing out of water and in the water, by which the world that then existed perished. So God said in Peter, inspired Peter to write something that's really hard to understand unless you have the hydroplate theory. The earth stood out of water. There was land before the flood, and it was also standing in water, the subterranean water that was underneath the crust, by which the water under the water it was standing in was the water by which the world that then existed perished, being flooded with water. But the heavens and the earth, which are now preserved by the same word, are preserved for fire, massive earthquake, volcanoes, until the day of judgment and perdition of ungodly men. Only the hydroplate theory can explain why there will be global earthquakes, global eruptions of volcanoes, and we've covered that in our discussion about the trench chapter about earthquakes that I've done in the past. And I've even asked a seismologist here in Seattle, how can there be a global earthquake based on plate tectonics, which is all the same as basing it on catastrophic plate tectonics. And he says it's not possible. Only the hydroplate theory explains and predicts that there will be increasing earthquakes, especially in the last days, because there's a runaway event being set up. So Brian showed this slide. I want to just emphasize that, and I'm going to put my microphone down here, that if you look right here with my little red dot, this is the dissolving of the bottom 30 miles, and the amount of miles isn't important. The bottom of the crust would have been dissolved by the supercritical water, and when the rupture occurred, all of this would have been being taken out and ejected up into space. So you're going to get some crustal materials that are extremely hot, and you're also going to get it bouncing off of the mantle and sending it up. And so there was electrical charges that were being generated in the crust by the fluttering. Dr. Baumgartner has rejected Dr. Brown's premise that the crust can create electrical charges. He did that in the Flood Science Review. Said that there was no evidence of it. The evidence is all over. All you have to do is do a Google check and listen to AI tell you that, yes, the crust creates electrical charges. And this is based on just the small earthquakes that we have. The earthquake associated with the crust fluttering on the mantle would have been extreme, and it would have created such high voltages and Z pinch that you would have created the Earth's radioactivity, and we don't have time for that because that's not our subject. And so there would have been pulsing, like this has been showing, there would have been pulsing going up into the atmosphere, some coming back as rain, some coming up, getting cold and coming back and burying the mammoths, and some reaching 7 miles a second escape velocity, which would have then gone into orbit around the sun as and spinning out into the asteroid belt. And then the comets with the more energy are going to be going into highly elliptical orbits. This is what it would have looked like from space on that day, Genesis 7:11, on that day when all the fountains of the great deep burst up and it rained 40 days and 40 nights. You would have seen pulverized debris. There would have been plants and animals that would have been accelerated to 7 miles a second, and it would have created, it would have reduced them to bits and pieces of amino acids and DNA that are now being found on asteroids. This is another animation that would have shown it going up. There would have been everything from fine dust to rocks to pebbles to things being rounded off, sharp rocks, rounded off rocks, all coming together because of the atmosphere of the water would have been like an atmosphere to slow down the relative motion of this ejected material to cause it to gravitationally, very, very lightly come together, gravitationally attracted. And this is the 9th edition. The fountains of the great deep launch rocks and muddy water into space. That's what hydroplate theory says. Everything, with just that from a engineering physics standpoint, which I've had orbital physics engineering education. If you just launched everything with water and muddy water into space, and lots of it, as rocks move farther from the Earth, Earth's gravity became less significant to them, and the gravity of the nearby rocks became increasingly significant. Consequently, many rocks, assisted by their mutual gravity and surrounding clouds of water vapor, there's the secret. Without water vapor being in the past of comets and asteroids, you cannot explain them. If you know that the debris was in a cloud of water, which gives aerobraking, producing aerobraking, merged to become asteroids and comets. All the NASA, European Space Agency, Japanese space people that are just pulling their hair out, can't figure out how asteroids and comets came together. If you just said, well, if in their past it was a rubble pile that had an atmosphere of water that is now gone because it got swept by the solar wind, then that would explain how come you have comets or have asteroids with moons that have moons, contact by everything would make sense, but they don't have the proper perspective of the past that this is where they came from. Evidence of the space missions were conceived with the wrong perspective of the past. Every single one of these. Temple 1, let's go smack a comet and take a picture and see what it's made out of. It was a wasted mission. We'll talk about that in a minute. Stardust. We're going to scoop up comet tail dust, and it's going to tell us about the birth of the early solar system. Absolutely found nothing to support the Big Bang, everything to support hydroplate theory, and Walt predicted everything they found on the Stardust. Stardust flyby of Temple 1 to try and undo the failure of the actual deep impact. Dual asteroid redirection test to try and divert an asteroid. OSIRIS-REx mission to go to asteroid Bennu and scoop up material. Lucy mission to observe asteroid Dinkinich on its way out to go see the asteroids that are in front of and behind Jupiter, called the Trojans. And the Hayabusa 2 mission to go to the asteroid Ryugu. All these missions were conceived on a Big Bang paradigm, and they all failed to produce Big Bang evidence. They all did produce hydroplate evidence without exception. There's nothing that they found that isn't perfectly consistent with the hydroplate theory. So let's look at Temple 1. This is, they went to go send a spacecraft to crash into Temple 1. And so I hope you can hear this good.
Second, it would allow a greater accumulated speed to be reached, resulting in greater kinetic force. And on the 4th of July 2005, just 1 second out from the anticipated arrival time, the impactor hit. And what a magnificent spectacle it produced. Scientists were thrilled that they had struck so accurately. Deep Impact's payload had been traveling at 37,000 kilometers per hour and had struck with a force of 19 billion joules of kinetic energy. This produced the bright flash you see here, the energy of which is roughly equivalent to 5 tons of TNT. This flash was much brighter than scientists expected. It lit up the surface of Temple 1. However, ironically, the success of the first part of the mission caused an unexpected negative side effect. A large dust cloud was kicked up by the impact, which obscured the flyby's view of the impact crater. Dust outgassed from the comet for the next 13 days, peaking 5 days in, which made it hard to see the results of this interstellar bullseye. Although it did offer some interesting insights into the internal pressures going on inside the comet. Around 5 million kilograms of water and between 10 and 25 million kilograms of dust were ejected from Temple 1 in that time. Fortunately, scientists were able to rely on other eyes, at least to capture images of.
The other eyes were that they sent the Stardust space probe to go and look because the mission was a failure. They couldn't, because they thought they were going to hit a solid comet. They didn't know that it was littered with little bits and pieces of dust from Earth. And it went up and flashed and blinded all their cameras, so they didn't even get to see what the whole mission was designed to do. But they were able to do light spectrometry on the debris that was ejected, and they came up with some interesting things. The Deep Impact mission launched in 2005 involved a spacecraft that impacted the 3.7 mile average diameter comet Temple 1 with an 820-pound probe to study the comet's composition. The mission revealed the comets are made of a fluffy, porous material held together by gravity, not by chemical mineral bonding. It's just loosely held together rock pile. And it contains significant organic material and have interiors shielded from solar heating. All unexpected and scientifically unexplainable apart from HPT. And it went on to say Temple 1 was surprisingly light and porous. The comet was approximately 75% empty space, resembling the consistency of freshly fallen snow. This high porosity contrasted with previous theories. Big Bang. The Big Bang is dead. The science programs, including the Webb telescope, have made it the Big Bang dead, except, as Brian Lauer points out, it won't get into the school textbooks for probably another 1,000 years, suggesting comets might have a stronger, more solid crust. That's what they thought. Observations of the ejecta revealed the presence of fine dust particles. How do you get a bunch of fine dust to go be part of a comet or an asteroid? Along with silicates, which is olivine, one of them, common mineral on inner's crust and mantle, carbonates, and organic materials. So we're going to concentrate on olivine and carbonates because they can't answer how they got there. So how do you get crystalline olivine to form on Temple 1? And this is their little fairy tale that they say from an evolutionary perspective based on AI. It had to form near the sun. Olivine, as a crystalline silicate, requires high temperatures, around 1,300 degrees, to form. These conditions were present in the warmer inner regions of the early solar nebula. And you're talking Big Bang, billions of years, early solar nebula. That's so we know the billions of years is wrong anyway, but this is their little story. Closer, so it had to get hot, is what they're saying. Yeah, otherwise you can't get olivine to form. Well, here's how the process unfolds from a hydroplate theory perspective. Since olivine is an abundant, one of the most abundant minerals found in the mantle and the crust of the Earth, and the fountains of the great deep ejected mantle and crust of material into space, it is more likely that the Temple 1 comet is simply a pile of Earth debris now in space. It didn't have to go close to the sun to get the heat. The heat was generated in the subterranean chambers. The olivine mineral was formed by heat in the subterranean chambers, not proximity to the sun. Here, and then AI continues. There's another step too. It has to then be transported to the outer solar system. Once it's near the sun and it forms, according to AI evolutionary Big Bang. Once it gets close to the sun and forms, these crystalline olivine grains were transported outward to the colder regions of the solar system where comets originated. And what they mean, they think that, the current theory, the favored theory is the Oort cloud. And then from the Oort cloud, it has to get a bounce to come back into our solar system, which they don't even talk about. There's no mechanism given for how this transport occurs. You don't just go from the inner solar system out to the outer solar system without some motive force that creates it to happen. They're just telling a fairy tale without any evidence. Here's how the process unfolds with HPT. Temple 1 was never in the outer solar system. Its current aphelion, farthest distance away from the sun, is 4.7 AU, which is just inside Jupiter's orbit. It's originated from the Earth, and its energy that it ejected from the Earth with put it into this elliptical orbit with the furthest distance 4.7, and it's being tugged on by Jupiter. And so it's going to be, in a few thousand years, it'll be gone because it'll be flung out of the solar system or eaten up by Jupiter. So it's a proof. The Jupiter family of comets are proof that they've only been around for a few thousand years. How could crystalline olivine form on the Temple 1 comet? Here's how the process unfolds. Incorporation into Temple. So it had to go, to form the olivine, had to go to the sun. To become part of a comet, it has to go out to the outer solar system. And then it's transported. Olivine crystals eventually became incorporated. So, it signed up for, those olivine crystals signed up to join a comet someplace. And again, no mention of how that happens. No mechanism given for how this second transport occurs, nor how all the material aggregated in the vacuum of space, which it's not going to. Here's how this process unfolds HPT. After the pulsed debris left Earth at greater than escape velocity, the increased sphere of influence, along with aerobraking, brought water, rock, pulverized crust, dust together in a very loosely held together short period comet with a 5.6 year period. And it didn't need to call for a second Uber ride. And it all goes along with what science, this is irrefutable. Gravity only, the laws of gravity, orbital physics. If you eject the material into space, this will happen. And then, the protection, how that water stayed protected inside. I'm going to skip for interest of time here. And so then another one, Comet Temple 1 was surprisingly light. Observations of the ejector revealed the presence of carbonates and organic materials. So now let's look at AI answer for what carbonates were found on Temple 1. Specifically, evidence suggests that both magnesium carbonate and iron carbonate were present within the comet's interior. This discovery was surprising to astronomers, as carbonates are typically associated with warmer environments where liquid water might have been present, while comets are generally thought to have formed in the cold outer regions of the early solar system. So now these other things that are supposed to be from warmer. AI answer, how is it possible that they ended up on Temple 1? The detection of carbonates in the ejecta of Temple 1, along with other minerals like clays, crystalline silicates, has led to a rethinking of the processes that occurred within these icy bodies. It suggests that comets might not be as primitive and unaltered as once thought, and could have experienced heating and chemical reactions involving liquid water at some point in their history. But they can't say how. How was it ever in liquid water? How can you be in liquid water in space? Or even agree on any model of comet asteroid formation, because all models except HPT violate known laws of physics. HPT answer, carbonates, clays, and crystalline silicates are all very common on Earth, the water and life planet. The fountains of the great deep ejected Earth's minerals and pulverized plant and animal life into space. HPT predicted that these things would be found before space probes found them. So now let's look at another one, stardust. And stardust was sent a probe out to go get behind the Wild 2 comet and scoop up comet tail dust and bring it to Earth. And the lead guy on this was Dr. Brownlee. I've talked to him on the phone. I met with him when he gave the stardust results over at the University of Washington. And he, at first, this you can look at it later on. I'm going to go faster. He said we were expecting these things to be made of minerals of the solar system formed from preserved from ice of billions of years. What we found, when they examined the particles, that the particles were indeed ancient building blocks of the solar system, but nature and origin of the particles was quite unexpected. Yeah, it's been around for billions of years, but man, it's not what we thought. What we found was remarkable. Instead of rocky materials that formed around previous generations of stars, we found the most of the comet's rocky matter formed inside our solar system that we've already talked about at high temperatures. It was very exciting to find pieces of chondrules with olivine. And what he means by excited is shocking. In the comment, the science implications of this are profound. When we first presented the discovery, you could see the jaws drop in the room crowded with 600 scientists who all realized that, wow, we spent this money to go up there and prove the Big Bang, and we just got trashed. It was just phenomenal to discover something this profound. The finding of the inner solar system materials formed at very high temperature were transported all the way to the edge of the solar system. Again, not explaining how any of that happens. To the region where Pluto is one of the major scientific findings of stardust. But Dr. Brownlee can't explain how, because he has a wrong perspective of the past. Stardust also had another surprise, one of the most unexpected. This is his words. Is the discovery of amino acid glycine by a team of scientists from the Goddard Space. And it was because that went public in 2009 that I gave him a call after giving him the Comet and Asteroid chapter at the University of Washington shortly after the earlier results came out. And I asked him from the audience whether or not they had found organics on stardust. And then it became international news that they found glycine, an amino acid necessary for life. And he took my call and admitted that he was surprised on August 18th, 2009, that he was shocked by the discovery. And I've on previous times I've given more information on that. I'm not going to here, but he listened to me tell him about the hydroplate theory, and he did not hang up on me. He did not think that I was, well, as Dr. Baumgartner said, that it's, he didn't think it was preposterous. That when I told him, Dr. Brownlee, everything you are finding is consistent with the fact that the material that became comets and asteroids was ejected from the Earth. I said, and I know that's hard to believe, but there's a mechanism by which it could happen. He did not dispute that statement. Dual asteroid redirection test, better known as DART. They launched this to go hit an asteroid moon, and it hit a couple years ago. And this is what they planned on it doing. They planned on it, the spacecraft coming and smacking into the moon called Dimorphos. It was the moon of a mother asteroid, Didymos, to see if they would change the orbit. And so they're going to smack it with the space probe. And so here's the plan. They're going to smack the moon and slow it down to see if they could slow down. They could move an asteroid with the impact to Earth potential so it wouldn't hit the Earth. That was their plan. And now see this little spacecraft right here got ejected from the DART spacecraft to take a picture of the impact. And this is years after they already know that you shouldn't do that, because the Temple 1 couldn't take a picture of the impact because it was a rock pile full of dust. But they did it anyway. And so then it smacks in, the camera goes by, totally useless. Couldn't see what was going on, as we're going to see. And it did shorten the orbit, and we'll talk about that here in a minute. And I'm going to skip this. This was, you can see this on previous presentations, but here is the mother asteroid Didymus. Here is the moon Dimorphos. This is the NASA lady in charge. And as soon as I'll do the first few seconds, listen carefully.
2 minutes out. Does not look like one single rock to me.
Okay, does not look like one single rock to me. They thought it was going to be single rock, and if you play it to the end, right before the last picture before it impacts, you see a complete total rock pile. Dust, small, larger, rounded off, sharp edged, rounded off, just like you would find on Earth. After impact, but before any official results were public, I wrote a lengthy prediction, ending with, but for one thing's for sure, the DART mission planners thought they would be hitting a solid asteroid, which was based on the Big Bang paradigm of how asteroids are formed. But the result of the DART tests were exactly as predicted in writing. And people say, Kevin, you predicted it all. And I go, no, I didn't. The hydroplate theory predicted it. Anybody with orbital physics understanding would know that if you're going to hit a rock pile with an impactor, everything that I was predicting is going to come true, and it did come true. And here's the picture that the Lacaille camera took, and there again, that camera was supposed to look at the impact crater. It was blinded by the dust because they didn't learn from Temple 1. And this is a picture from Earth. This is the asteroid. And it got hit this direction. So the impactor is hitting the asteroid moon, I should say. And look at all the debris. And we were told here by the NASA planners that there was no threat to Earth or anybody else because we're just going to go smack this rock. Well, they created a debris pile with over 30 large boulders, some of which they were concerned would hit the Earth and be a Hiroshima explosion. They did more data on those the orbital paths of those now ejected boulders, and it's not going to hit Earth, but it's likely to hit Mars. And it also created a debris tail for thousands of miles. Now, months later, they said asteroid debris from NASA may strike Mars. They thought at first it was going to strike Earth, but they're now saying none of them are going to hit Earth. Initial observed indications that the collision shortened the moonlet's orbit by 32 minutes, surpassing the mission's target of 73 seconds. So they thought they would hit this solid, heavy asteroid moon, and the impact would only shorten it by 73 seconds, would be a success, and it was 32 minutes. This 27 times greater effect on Dimorphos orbital period shows that its density was less than believed. Had a bunch of empty space, just a rock pile, same as with Comet Temple 1, but is perfectly consistent with hydroplate theory predictions. Total mass of all comets, asteroids, TNOs will be found to be much less than currently advertised because they are all floating rock piles with empty space inside. And so the detractors of hydroplate, they're, oh man, look at all the mass of all the comets and asteroids and TNOs. How could that ever have been launched from the Earth? Well, for one thing, the mass that they've been estimating these things to be is a lot less than it really is. And so now they had to come up with a new idea of how in the world do you get a floating rock pile moon to be next to the mother asteroid. And so they're coming up with this new idea that asteroid was formed by material flung out from Didymus long ago per European space. That's a total monkey man fairy tale. Absolutely. In fact, I'll tell you. So they're saying that somehow this mother asteroid, reasons unknown, decided to spin up. And when it spun up to eject material on this mother asteroid, it was flung out and decided to go become a moon. That is a complete violation of orbital physics. And it's impossible by the laws of physics. And even a layman knows by common sense that's not going to be true. You know, you have a big merry-go-round and you just start flinging it until people start flying off. They're not going to all fly in one direction and then become all congregated together down to dust and pebble sizes of rocks. It's just simply not going to happen. But that's all they have. They cannot explain. And when this lady, Dr. Christina Thomas, told me in a phone conversation that I had with her on March 25th, when she was telling me, I go, how in the world do you get a floating rock pile? And she goes, well, you know, we're not sure. And we're just, you know, you should go read about the current state that we're in asteroid development. And then she gave me that story. And I said, wow, my Professor Meiskens, my orbital, you know, engineering physics professor, he must have missed, he didn't teach me. It's impossible. The reshaping of Dimorphos is completely outside of the realm of physics. She wrote in an article, it's outside the realm of physics as we understood it. I thought she was saying, you know, we're creating this magic physics out there in space. That's not what she meant. She just meant the things that happen in space are different than what we're used to down here on Earth. But she did then say that she thinks that asteroid spun together. She also thinks Dimorphos was formed by material flung out from Didymos. And that is now the party line. That's what you'll see in the articles. And if you doubt me, go take any engineer with orbital physics and tell them that that's what they think and ask them what if they think that's possible. They'll tell you the same thing. So then Lucy mission. I mean, the reason I'm going to take this one, the Lucy mission is sending a spacecraft out to the Trojans. You know, there's a batch of asteroids that are traveling in Jupiter's orbit in front of it and behind it. And even that's a mystery on how those Trojans got there. And they want to go study them. But what they found on this Lucy mission, they went and visited an asteroid on the way out to the Trojans, and they found something that proves, you know, I'm going back to the slide. This Lucy mission proves that this material flung out from Didymos long ago is bogus, because it found a strange moon around the asteroid Dinkidish, another asteroid with a moon, which is, they didn't even believe that asteroids could have moons, is weirder than thought after NASA probe finds a contact binary. So when the Lucy spacecraft was here at A, it took a shot at the asteroid and it goes, oh, look at this, there's a moon. The asteroid has a moon. And then when they got to B over here, they took a shot this way and they could see that the moon has a moon. The moon had a moon that now is, they're saying is contact. But if you look at this picture, I see black between those two. And so I'm not so sure it's a contact binary, but they call it a contact binary, that these two things came together, and that by anything other than hydroplate theory, where there was at one time an atmosphere of water around these debris piles, that then before those two debris piles that are now a moon, a contact binary moon, before they slowed down with the atmosphere of water enough to go become part of the mother asteroid, the sun had swept away enough of the atmosphere that it's stuck there now. And it's an enigma to everybody because they don't know it used to have an atmosphere. And these are just quotes that I'll just I'll leave up on the screen for just long enough for you to read it when you go and watch it online, but I'm not going to take the time to read it. They're saying, wow, this is going to be fun for the scientific community to figure out. They're never going to figure it out unless they become hydroplate theory advocates. We never suspected anything so bizarre. Yeah, because you don't have the perspective of the Earth ejecting material into space during the flood of Noah. They're easily explained. Contact binaries are easily explained by the hydroplate theory. Details of how this unusual moon formed remain mysterious, and they will remain mysterious forever, except for the hydroplate theory. There is no orbital physics explanation other than they used to have an atmosphere of water. They were shocked in '93 when for the first time they saw a moon orbiting an asteroid called Dactyl. Galileo scientists correctly stated that it is virtually impossible that a moon is a captured object. That moon had to come with the original body. It is impossible for an asteroid to catch a moon. So those two objects were created at the same time. And, Brian already alluded to this, that when they saw that the Itokawa asteroid is a contact binary, there were two separate asteroids that come together just very gently and come together and touch. And Donald Yeoman, a very famous Jet Propulsion Laboratory guy, admitted that it's a major mystery how two objects, each the size of skyscrapers, could collide without blowing each other to smithereens. Because they're in an area of space where when things are whipping by, they're going at 4,500 miles an hour. How could that happen? The only way is ejected from the Earth with an atmosphere around it, and the atmosphere stayed long enough for two bodies to come together and to become one. Water vapor produced aero braking in the weightlessness of outer space, gently merging debris from Earth into comets and asteroids. And now they have 17% of all asteroids have moons when they thought it was impossible. And now they have a moon with a moon, which is, it just is God's way of putting a stop to the foolishness, except for people love doing monkey to man fairy tales. These observable facts can only be explained by the hydroplate theory. And then OSIRIS-REx mission and the asteroid Bennu and Hayabusa 2. This is the asteroid Bennu picture. You notice it's revolving, the north is up and it's revolving around its axis. And you can see the bulge at the center, and that's because it's a floating rock pile. Because it's bulging because of its spin. A solid rock wouldn't do that, but a rock pile would do that. And they landed, and this is the lander taking a picture just before it's going down. Look at that. That's a rock pile. And you have to get a little bit of orbital physics in the mindset to understand how impossible it is to think that every single one of those pieces of rock and debris and dust and everything decides to come together in the vacuum of space. And this is, they went to go collect material from Bennu, and they did successfully do so. And this is the sampling pod of the spacecraft that goes down. And what they said is the presence and state of phosphates, along with other elements and compounds on Bennu, suggest a watery past for the asteroid, said principal investigator. Here's a picture of it actually landing. Look at the rock pile. And then what happened, they almost lost the spacecraft. They gave it a delay of how long, because they thought they were just going to hit something solid with some stuff around there at the top, and it would bounce up into their sample tray, and then they would bring home a few grams of ounces of material. And they almost lost the spacecraft because it kept on going down, because it's just a loosely held together floating rock pile. It almost buried itself in the asteroid. Then the rockets lit off and got it out of there, but they got so much debris that at first they couldn't even close the sample pod, and they had to shake it around for a while, but they did bring back debris. The Japanese sent Hayabusa 2 to the asteroid Ryugu. And NASA OSIRIS-REx mission recently collected a sample from another near-Earth asteroid, Bennu. So this is a Ryugu news article saying we also went to, the Americans went to Bennu, that is similar in composition to Ryugu. Now, isn't that surprising that asteroids and comets are all similar? They're all finding the same thing on them. In fact, scientists working on both missions believe it's possible these two asteroids once belonged to the same larger parent body, hydroplate theory advocates saying Earth, before it was broken apart by an impact. So how do they know that where it came from got broken apart by impact? Scientists analyzing samples NASA brought back from the asteroid got a surprise detection that they may mean the space rock was once part of a long gone ocean world. A little presumptive considering that they and we are living on the ocean world that Bennu and Ryugu came from. And then here's
space news absolutely insane and announced this morning. Scientists sent a spacecraft to an asteroid 63 million kilometers away, grabbed a chunk of it and brought it back to Earth. And they've analyzed the sample, and the results of what is on this asteroid are in. Basically, scientists think that this asteroid used to be part of a much bigger object, like an ancient planet or moon in the early solar system, and this chunk broke off from it. On Earth, life uses these 20 amino acids to create proteins. They found 14 of these 20 amino acids on this asteroid. So you know these 5 nucleotide bases used to make DNA and RNA? Guess how many of these 5 were discovered on the asteroid? All of them. They found all 5 of the building blocks for DNA and RNA on this asteroid. They also found 11 different minerals that form as water-containing salt evaporates. Salt water. It's also rich in carbon, nitrogen, and other organic compounds that are essential to life as we know it. All of this means that the object that this asteroid came from had the building blocks for life and probably a salty ocean. It was probably an ancient ocean world, and this asteroid is just a messenger carrying on its history. It's also possible that asteroids just like this are what brought life to Earth in the first place.
And there's the terrible part. There's the terrible part of the lie is that instead of the life planet ejecting stuff into space that's being discovered, they want to say that asteroids and comets are a great place for chemicals to decide to come together into amino acids and nucleotides, which is just again that's the only thing they have because they can't agree with the Bible, the flood, and everything else. But it's not true. And then. By the way, she said 14 amino acids on Bennu. They found the rest. They found all 20 amino acids on Ryugu. And what they've also found on Ryugu is Ryugu samples contain bacteria from Earth. And this is Anton Petrov. I spent, my Nebraska presentation. I spent a lot of time on digesting this YouTube presentation, and you can go to the Nebraska presentation, which is at hydroplate.org, and you can hear all about that. But they found bacteria, and what they're wanting to say, because they have to say it, is that the sample must have gotten contaminated. Even though they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on clean rooms, they have to say that because it's a terrestrial bacteria. It's a bacteria that is known on Earth. They can't say it evolved out there, and so it has to be. In their case, a sample that was contaminated. So there are 3 possibilities, and one is all samples from asteroids and comets that are returned to Earth are contaminated, even though millions of dollars have been invested. Number 2, God created comets and asteroids during the creation week with evidence of life, including bacteria on them. Or Dr. Brown was right when decades ago he concluded their origins were best explained by the biblical account of the flood of Noah. And I sent an email to Dr. Baumgartner and to Dr. Tim Clary of Institute for Creation Research and said, which one are you, which camp are you guys in? And they wouldn't answer the question. And are stuck still on catastrophic plate tectonics. And they should at least answer the question. And I even gave them 4. Number 4 was, give me some other explanation for why you're finding amino acids and nucleotides and bacteria on asteroids. The evidence is clear that these objects formed inside of our solar system when debris and water were ejected from the Earth during the flood of Noah 5,000 years ago. As we have and will see, all scientists and taxpayers work for Dr. Walt Brown. This is a sign that we put up there, and that's on the contact binary comet 67P that had 14, at more than 14 complex organic molecules on it. Takeaways: having a wrong perspective of the past, evolution, Big Bang results in blunders and bad science. Having correct perspective of the past, creation, and I would say biasly, admittedly biasly only because of the evidence. Creation in the hydroplate theory of Noah's flood allows accurate predictions and explains observable facts, becoming a powerful tool in witnessing the gospel to the lost. Creation flood advocates who embrace wrong perspectives, including CPT, end up creating poor apologetics because, to their own admission, they have a problem with something. God did a miracle. God did a miracle. He super froze the crust to cause it to break and start subducting. He removed all the heat miraculously so it didn't burn up all the oceans. Hydroplate theory doesn't need to invoke those kind of miracles to be an apologetic tool. Those who reject biblical creation in the flood of Noah manufacture fairy tales in an attempt to explain life and objects in our solar system and universe. But the biblical Christian who loves the truth will reject all fairy tales made by man and use that knowledge to help witness to people that they better get right with Jesus because he is our creator. And then this is a verse that really shows this is a verse that speaks to our day. The coming of the lawless one, which is the last days Antichrist, is according to the working of Satan, with all power, signs, lying wonders, and with all unrighteous deception among those who perish, because they did not receive the love of the truth, that they might be saved. For this reason, God will send them a strong delusion, that they should believe the lie, that they all may be condemned who did not believe the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. Most of our, loved ones that are into evolution and everything else, they don't want to believe in a God who says that there's going to be a judgment day. So they want to enjoy their unrighteousness and reject the truth. And God says, okay, if you want to go believe a lie, then go say that you crawled out of a primordial soup. But it's their choice. The Big Bang is a lie, proven by the Webb telescope, science including missions to comets and asteroids. Evolution is a lie. We were created by an all-powerful, all-knowing, loving God. We're going to answer to him someday. And he, Jesus, was in the world, and the world was made through him, and the world did not know him. He came to his own, the Jews at first, and his own did not receive him. They crucified him, we're thankful for, because he died for our sins. But as many as received him, to them he gave the right to become children of God. To those who believe in his name, Jesus, Yeshua in the Hebrew, means God's salvation. They believe that I'm lost in my trespasses and sins. I need to be forgiven. I need Jesus as my Savior. If you believe that you need Jesus as a Savior, then he will give you the right to become the children of God, who are born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor the will of man, but of God, born again. For a person to lay down their, confess their sins to God, and just say, God, I need to be saved. I've been believing a lie. Special thanks to my beautiful wife, Juanita, who's been a hydroplate theory widow many times over the years, and praise Jesus for Dr. Walt Brown, who did a lifetime, multiple lifetimes of work in one lifetime to let us see things from a perspective that the evidence supports. And so I think I went a little bit long, but God bless you guys, and thankful for being able to share with you.
God bless you, Pastor Kevin Lee. That was an excellent presentation, very detailed, comprehensive, is exactly what we're looking for, with a lot of new data, some fascinating data there, Pastor Kevin. As we move into our discussion and Q&A, which we have quite a lot of questions to get through and challenges to interact with, I think a good place to start And this question came in a little bit earlier from the Hydroplate Theory YouTube channel. So appreciate having them in our live chat. We've spent a lot of time in our 2 talks and then our brief Q&A with you, Brian, answering some challenges related to the hydroplate theory, but also going over an overview, evidence, and predictions on the hydroplate theory. Perhaps we can spend a couple minutes. I'm curious as to how you guys view catastrophic plate tectonics. Pastor Kevin Lee, you spent a little bit of time there near the end going over some of the problems that you see with the model. So obviously you guys hold the hydroplate theory, and we know why based on these 2 talks. But what are some of the biggest problems you gentlemen see with the CPT model? Brian, I see you smiling, brother. Why don't we start with you? I guess Brian Brian Lauer.
Yeah, I actually gave a talk on that at our Creation Club. You can see it on my YouTube channel. It's called What's Wrong with Plate Tectonics? And there's some questions I'd like answered, like how did subduction begin? You know, because I look at it, it kind of reminds me of theistic evolution. You know, they just take a secular model and slap a cross on it and say theistic evolution. The problem is science doesn't teach it, and neither does the Bible. And then with plate tectonics or catastrophic plate tectonics, it just appears to me that it's a secular model just sped up. And so I'd like to know, how did subduction begin? I'd like to know, how do those plates slide when the roots of the mountains are 60 miles deep? You know, they're not just sitting there flat as can be. There's roots in those mountains. And then what's the mechanism for it? They talk about convection currents, but there's a crossover density where, I don't know, 200 miles or kilometers, one of the two, where when it gets that magma gets that deep, it sinks. It gets so dense that it gets compressed, and then it sinks to the bottom. And so those are some of the questions that I'd like to have asked. And so that's just the few that come to my mind. I think Brian Nickel might have a good answer too. So that's my 2 cents worth there.
And those are some perfectly reasonable questions. How did subduction begin? How did the plates slide in light of mountain roots? And what is the mechanism? And
then also what are the fountains of the Great Deep? You know, fountain seems to be water. If you had Pete Moore on here, so how many times fountain is referred to water? It's never referred to lava. And was it a worldwide flood where it covered all the mountains all at once, or was it 6 tidal waves? So that's a question that I would have too.
And those are some great questions that I would love to see engaged and interacted with in a roundtable discussion. I think that would be very edifying for the audience. Brian Nickel, I saw you on mute there for a second. Is there some points you'd like to make on that question?
Yeah, I think that I guess questions I would have for them is similar, like how does subduction work? Why are their oceans so cold now? One thing that hydroplate theory does is because of the oscillation of the plate, the thermodynamics that's occurring as the fluid expands will change the temperature. And so one of the things that happens is it causes it to freeze very early on in its flow, and so it gains a tremendous amount of acceleration down at the root, down at the base of the crack where the water's escaping out from under the plate. That's where almost all the acceleration occurred. So by the time that material is just a few, say 5-10 kilometers out from under the plate, it's way below freezing. And so I think some of that can explain cold oceans. Also, and the thing is everything is so much is very complicated when you start looking at it. You could have the tops of ocean, the surface of the ocean could be very warm for a time after the flood, but there was still a whole huge volume of cold water. I mean, today the oceans are at just a few degrees above freezing in the deep parts of the ocean where it's below where the sun can hit. So that's a question I have for them. The other thing that I think is a massive issue is explaining the global rain, because there is no way, well, I won't say no way. I'll say I am extremely curious about what Baumgartner intimated, that he had some sort of calculations showing the type of flow that would cause supersonic flow from an open ocean that's just heated up in one spot. So I'm very curious about that. I think that is a huge problem for them to show that that would result in global rain. I don't believe that they're going to be able to show that they have the type of flow rates that they would need in order to have supersonic flow that would go that high.
How would you respond if a CPT proponent said, well, the accelerated nuclear decay that took place during the flood year, that is what got the plates moving because of all the energy and heat released, and that would also result in rapid runaway subduction?
How did it begin, though? How do you get a big plate to slide under another plate? How does that happen? Baumgartner says that it gets really cold really fast to get it subducted. But yeah, I mean, there's really no evidence of that. You can believe in a miracle, but that miracle is kind of implied and not really evidence of. I mean,
Brian Nickel, I think you're about to say something, and I appreciate that, Brian Lauer. Brian Nickel, were you going to answer that as well?
I think I'd need to have more detail from the question of what they're proposing and what the mechanism is. I mean, just saying nuclear decay caused things to move. That's not a detailed enough question to get an answer, really, truly. I just need to know more.
Testing.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point. Pastor Kevin Lee. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. And I actually did a PowerPoint, if you can screen share.
Yes.
Again. And I did one in Houston where I, oh, bummer.
Right when you went to share.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. From current slide in. So then what we did is that there's what are the greatest weaknesses? Multiple miracles invoked to make it work. One invoked miracle is impossible for God to perform, and that's one where CPT initiation of the flood is contrary to scriptures. It says the fountains of the great deep burst up and it rained, like we've already alluded to. And Dr. Baumgartner knows this is a problem, which is why when he was on your show, he was spending time saying that he's got a fix that's going to come out in a new model that he's working on, where he says that at ocean depths, 2,200 meters, you have enough pressure, 3,000 plus pounds, to allow the magma to get the water to supercritical temperature. Then he says that supercritical water now, as soon as you magically reach a supercritical temperature, it's going to become this explosive, non-condensable bubble that's going to go up to the ocean surface and then just erupt to the ocean surface. And that's not true. A scuba tank of about 1 cubic foot, a cubic foot of the tank itself, pressurized to 3,000 pounds, holds 80 cubic feet. And so 1 cubic foot, if I bust that scuba tank, which is non-condensable gas, and I bust that scuba tank at the depth he's talking about, what you will have is an 80 cubic foot bubble bursting the surface, and it's not going to be going hypersonic. And what supercritical water will do, the split second it leaves the heat of the magma, is it's going to be surrounded by the cool ocean and cool it off. And how do we know that? How do we know it's not going to be a bubble that goes to the surface? Because there's hundreds of supercritical water black smokers on the ocean floor in all the oceans at the mid-oceanic ridges that are spouting off supercritical water that is not becoming it's not becoming a fountain. And I'm living here in Oregon, and in Washington, where off the coast, they're worried about this volcano that's going to erupt off the coast of Oregon. And they, there's not going to be a hypersonic or supersonic fountain that all of a sudden erupts out in the ocean off of Oregon. You're not even going to know it. And it's going to build a mountain. It's going to build a volcanic mountain. And this submarine, the USS San Francisco, ran into a magma, a ocean volcanic cone that was not on the map. And they ran into it at high speed, and they trashed that submarine. Nobody knew that it was a magma outpour because they weren't monitoring it. It didn't leave a steam fountain. So, and I wrote you, Donnie, with the thermodynamics associated with this, and I sent it to John Baumgartner to say, John, that steam bubble, that supercritical water leaving the magma is just going to condense. It's not going to be a non-condensable gas. It's water. It's going to cool off and just become water. And if this volcano goes off in Oregon, I'm not going to go and take pictures of hypersonic jets going into the atmosphere. And so the other ones were, if you're violating the Bible, you can't invoke a miracle when it's in violation of the Bible. And it can't be used as an apologetic tool. And then tsunamis cannot erode the end of the crust. You need 60 million cubic miles of sediment. The hydroplate theory perfectly explains where the sediments came from. The eroded crust on both sides of a 46,000 mile mountain, crack in the crust that eroded it away to 700 miles on both sides of the crack. And most of that sediment went onto the earth to become the sediments. Some of it went up into space, become the comets, asteroids, and TNOs. And a receding, they talk about how the waves come and bring sediments, unknown how you're going to grab sediments. The tsunamis in Japan didn't bring sediments. They just trashed stuff that was up on top of the earth already. And then when these tsunamis, they come and then they go. And they wouldn't leave the thousands of square miles of perfectly laid down horizontal sediments that Dr. Clary of Institute for Creation Research has done core samples on. It wouldn't be leaving those for the same reason we say that these horizontal laid down layers had to happen quickly, because if there was time for floods and rains and everything else to wash, we wouldn't see these thousands of square miles. Well, what does a tsunami do? A tsunami comes in and then it goes out and it tears things apart going out. Tsunamis can't flood the entire earth at one time to 22.5 feet, because that's what the Bible says. And so there again, you have something that is not consistent with the Bible. And there's no cementing agent. And Dr. Baumgartner, in your interview, admitted that he doesn't know how all the sediments came. Hydroplate theory perfectly explains it. And everybody should go watch Brian Nichols' How Do We Get All of Our Limestone? It explains it perfectly. And again, magma cannot create supersonic jets of steam. It's just not possible. So I'll stop there.
Pastor Kevin Lee, that is an excellent, detailed answer. I think all three of you touched on some really important points. And I know Matt is going to want to get in on this next section as well. While we have Brian Nickel, an important point that you made, Pastor Kevin Lee, and you also made it as well, Brian Lauer, is that the hydroplate model does not require as many miracles, perhaps unnecessary miracles or events of supernatural intervention, as the catastrophic plate tectonics model. And so one major point that the catastrophic plate tectonics model appeals to a miracle for has to do with what's called the heat or radiation problem, or both, that basically catastrophic flood processes, including accelerated nuclear decay at the flood, if you put that at the flood, would release far too much heat, energy, and radiation that it would have cooked the planet, boiled the oceans, and killed Noah and the animals. And so most proponents of catastrophic plate tectonics that I've spoken to over the years doing seminars and live programs, most of them have appealed to a miracle. They've argued that God would have supernaturally intervened and removed the heat and radiation. Does the hydroplate model require supernatural intervention or a miracle to remove the heat and radiation, or no?
No. The Walt comes from a background where you have to. He did lots of failure analysis, and I actually was involved in failure analysis in my career back when I worked for a major defense company, and that's where you learn everything, because something's gone wrong. And so what Walt's trying to do is use failure analysis to select the best theory based on the evidence. And that's simply what he's applying. That's why at the back of every chapter he has the red, yellow, green light kind of color coding, comparing all the theories, because that's exactly what you do when you have a problem in an engineering situation. And so the hydroplate is never going to turn to a miracle in order to support the theory. And there's a reason for that. Think of a theory as a bridge being built, and every abutment that's holding up that bridge is some line of information or a mechanism or something that's explaining the theory that's keeping the bridge propped up to go from what you're saying initially happened to what you're saying the results are that are the observed evidence. Okay? And in the ideal, you would have rock solid scientific evidence and mechanisms underneath everything supporting the bridge. But let's say someone comes along and somewhere down the line in their abutments, one of their supports, they say, oh, well, this is a miracle that God did. I found evidence that God did a miracle right here that also happens to align with my weak point in my theory. Okay, so whatever. Great, good for him. That, let's take that theory. Now, what about theory 2? What if somebody else comes along and throws a different line of evidence of a miracle of God underneath another different part of their theory that also happens to be weak in a different spot in their theory? How is any of us going to figure out which one's the right one? Which set of miracles are the right ones? It's just, once you start adding miracles inside of your theory and you just abandon cause to effect reasoning and trying to base it on the science that it's not a question of whether or not God could do a miracle. As Christians, we believe he has the ability to do them. But when he hasn't recorded it in his word, we need to be very careful about just proclaiming miracles that happen to also align with where our theory is weak. So hydroplate theory is never going to appeal to a miracle inside the theory and say heat left because God made it leave. That's the slippery slope, and that is just, you're lost in a sea of relativity at that point. And there's no way for a layman or a scientist to be able to decipher which set of proposed miracles is the right one for the theory. So that's just, it's ridiculous. I mean, you're not science anymore once you're doing that. So hydroplate theory is an open system. So the simplest explanation, without taking a ton of time, is hydroplate theory provides an open system to the flood scenario. We're proposing that fountains were ejecting material. They were and the thermodynamic processes of expansion of a fluid cools the fluid. But not only that, the fluid is predominantly, most of the fluid and material in hydroplate theory never came back to Earth. It's out there with what Kevin talked about. So we have an open system that is it's also it's ablative in its nature. So ablative surfaces erode, and one way to keep heat from entering a system is to use ablative surfaces. And hydroplate theory, the speeds there are so high that heat can't transfer. It doesn't have time to transfer out into the atmosphere or into the rock or whatever, because the fountains were ablative in nature and they were taking material out before it could ever pass its heat on. So all the heat is getting blasted up into space and never to return. So that's the short of it. The hydroplate theory proposes that the open system that is proposing is the key to explaining heat leaving and not overwhelming the Earth.
Brian, if I could give one follow-up, and then Pastor Kevin Lee will hand it to you. And Matt, I know you had a couple follow-ups as well on this. It's an important issue. As everybody probably knows, there are popular critics on YouTube of young Earth creation in general that have put out popular videos claiming that the heat problem is the death knell of young Earth creation. And Brian, you made some excellent points there. And therefore, I'm curious how you would address this possible rebuttal. And so Tony Reed, an adamant critic of young Earth creation, in his video on the hydroplate theory, and if I remember correctly, in Gutsy Gibbons' video response as well, they said this, and then I'd be curious to see how you'd respond, about sending a lot of the heat into space. So their argument is that since heat is transferred well through steam and wind does a good job of spreading steam around, the heat from the fountains of the great deep breaking open would have cooked the planet. But in terms of how we might respond, they say that since a lot of the superheated water would be released into the atmosphere, 2 of the 3 methods of heat transfer do not exist in space: conduction and convection. And since all that is left is radiation, which they argue is the weakest of the 3 methods, what would get rid of all that heat? So in other words, they're basically arguing that space would not be a good means to remove a lot of that heat, Brian.
Well, I don't know that whatever that argument is, doesn't appear that whoever is saying it has any kind of understanding of fluid dynamics or thermodynamics or aerodynamics. And I don't know, those are such broad and unrefined statements. I mean, to say that, there are thermodynamics charts that anybody can go look up and ask those questions of, if you don't have that, ask AI. Hopefully it'll give you a valid answer. But I mean, you can go to any steam table and any heat transfer textbook and look up the properties of steam, look up the properties of carbon dioxide, look up the properties of air, and compare them all. And whether one of them is better or worse than the other, actually air is well, I have to look at a chart just off the cuff. I don't want to speak wrongly, but I think that to say that steam is a better conductor than air is to miss the point that both of them are gases, and both of them are horrible conductors of heat. They just are. You could take you could take asbestos or any of the major materials, or not asbestos, but any of the major materials for preventing conduction, right? Like asbestos and whatnot. Any kind of insulation, and a still gas will outperform it greatly. So to get wrapped around the axle whether air or steam would be able to somehow conduct better in the atmosphere is ridiculous. Again, this also is completely ignoring the ablative hypersonic nature of the fluid that's flowing through the stagnant atmosphere. The atmosphere, every particle in the atmosphere will have an attraction toward those fountains. So the heat cannot pass through all of those molecules and make it through the atmosphere. It will not do it. And the idea that steam can somehow rapidly turn 90 degrees as it crests the top of the plate and go sideways 90 degrees and blast out into the atmosphere, it just speaks to unfortunately a great ignorance of the topics that they are expounding on.
Okay, Brian, I appreciate that detailed answer. Very good. Pastor Kevin Lee, go ahead.
Yeah, going to your first question, the hydroplate theory as far as accelerated decay, heat, and everything else, all the thermal energy is going into a subterranean chamber. All the neutron flux that Dr. Brown talks about that would have been generated, and we know there was a neutron flux because of the deuterium, meaning heavy hydrogen, that was in the subterranean chamber. The only way you make deuterium is a neutron, what we called in the nuclear world. I was trained in nuclear physics associated with being on a submarine. Neutron flux hitting water is attenuated by the water and gives its heat to the water, and that thermal energy building up in the subterranean chambers, as Brian already pointed out, and I've watched his thermal video, and he mentioned earlier that as soon as that supercritical water is exiting the throat and going up the channel, it is depressurizing. And when you depressurize a compressed gas, because at that point, all that is, the supercritical water is now just pure gas as it's depressurizing, which we would call steam, except that when you depressurize it from 400,000 pounds per square inch as it's going up, all of its energy, thermal energy, is being converted to kinetic energy. And as Brian, chime in here, but I think you said 5 kilometers up, it's already cold, right? So by the time it's coming up to the crust, at the exit of the crust, it's cold gas. I was also a Navy diver, and they put us inside of they wanted to let us experience a decompression chamber. So they got us in a chamber. They pressurized us up, and everybody is sweating like crazy because it got so hot, because they only pressurized it a few feet of air pressure, and then when they depressurized to let us out, there was a cloud inside. Imagine 400,000 pounds per square inch depressurizing a gas. As Brian was saying, the person making that comment does not know thermodynamics, heat transfer, fluid flow. They don't understand what's going to be happening. And so all the thermal energy that is going into the subterranean chamber is coming out as kinetic energy. The heat that would be generated would be accelerating rock that's falling into the debris. As soon as you accelerate that from 0 to 7 miles a second or 4 miles a second or whatever it's going to be, you're going to create heat. And but the escaping supercritical water is cold, and then it's going to go up into space. If it goes up into space, space is a perfect place to get rid of heat. You've got the entire universe it's radiating into, and so there's not a heat problem. And going back to I'd like to say more on the invoking a miracle. I was talking to Jay Seegert a few weeks ago, talking about our possible roundtable discussion. And I said, I have it. I find it difficult to understand why somebody that has a theory that has increasing problems with the theory, both biblically and scientifically, can't just abandon the theory. I said, because if 25 years ago, I gave Ken Ham in Colorado, when I went there to meet with him and others that were right after the Columbine massacre, because that's where I grew up, is right there at Arapahoe Community College, where the event was. And I gave it to Ken Ham, the original comet chapters, an asteroid chapter. And he goes, "Oh, that Walt Brown's doing no good for the creation movement. He believes mammoths are blown up into space." And I said, "Well, you don't know what you're talking about." And it was almost that animated. And he's doing nothing. He's just a lone wolf doing nothing for the creation movement. And I told Jay Seegert, I said, if they were to send a space probe up there and it's a solid rock that's 1.5 miles, if it's a solid rock that's more than 200 meters across, and maybe 300 meters is a limit, and there's nothing from Earth, no sign, no anything, I'm done. Like Brian says, hydroplate theory people aren't wanting to just enjoy our theory. But we're doing it because the evidence is supporting it. If the evidence doesn't support it, and it's supporting it in every way, especially as a pastor, I don't want to be standing before God having preached something that is a lie. And I know it's a lie if the evidence doesn't support it. So,
Pastor Kevin, I appreciate those points. I'm curious. And firstly, before I get to my follow-up question, there's a couple good comments here. For example, from Hydroplate Theory, appreciate it. Lots of good talks on this channel. And he's made some good analogies, but he's also made this important point that the heat that would be inside whatever material from the Earth is ejected into space, that material would take the heat with it when it flies away. But I'm curious because the critics usually point to the heat and radiation generated from accelerated nuclear decay as being the biggest challenge. And so my question is, does the hydroplate model look to or hold to accelerated decay?
Yeah, we do. That's what the radioactivity chapter says. And you guys, you and Matt, did a great job of explaining that the Proton 21 project shows that the original distribution of all the elements and their associated isotopes is adiabatic.
Right.
It isn't going to create all the heat because it's being done by Z-pinch. It's being done by an extreme voltage, and I have a demonstration on Z-pinch that I should have brought here. If you take really fine, anybody can do this, take really fine copper wire and pull the insulation off of it and solder it to 2 connections and hook it up to a battery and allow it to short out. I mean, a car battery. And you let the strands of wire be separated from each other. And as soon as you short it out, all those strands just collapse on each other. It's Z-pinch, but not at the scale that's happening inside the crust, where you have so much of a compression of the protons in the nucleus that they superfuse. They fuse together the nucleuses and then they explode apart into all the elements of the periodic table and some of the isotopes. And they did it adiabatically, meaning thermally neutral.
Thermally neutral.
And you guys talked about that, and that a few weeks ago, I think, right?
Yeah, we did. We did a point-by-point rebuttal to Gutsick Gibbon, who believes that the so-called heat problem destroys young Earth creation. But as you guys are showing, there is not a heat problem according to the hydroplate model, and a lot of the points being made here, important points. There's no.
I think it's important to
either. Brian, go ahead.
I think it's important to make a clarification too, is when we're referring to the Proton 21 Labs work and the adiabatic nature of the process. It's the heat that would be required to generate the radioactive materials and the heavy elements is adiabatic, and that's during the Z-pinch, where you're in the zone of the collapse of the subatomic particles into like the hot dot. That part is the adiabatic part. But when that's over, it's going to release a whole bunch of X-rays and a whole bunch of stuff, and then also it's going to fragment. It makes a hot condensed egg, basically, and basically the work is happening on that, in that it's arranging particles into more and more arranged nucleons. But then those fragment back apart, and when they do that, they are releasing a lot of heat as well. It's just that we're proposing is happening in the water and being absorbed. That release of energy is being absorbed by the water, and then the water is carrying that stuff out of the system predominantly. So that is
totally agree. Totally agree. And just like I said,
we don't want to say that the whole process is adiabatic, because hydroplate theory, and what Walt proposes in his radioactivity chapter, and anybody can go on, and I tried to explain the radioactivity chapter in a video that anyone could go to. I wish I was more clear in that part of the statement even in my video. So, but it's important to be clear, because what Walt's claiming in the chapter is that the energy release after these nuclear reactions is what's powering the fountains over time. So it's not a completely adiabatic process. I just want to make that clear.
And I totally agree. Are you hearing me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And I totally agree. And I even just said some of those processes are neutrons. Those neutrons are going to be depositing all their energy for all that is going into the water, and the other decay. But the main energy there of the adiabatic, the decay energy is going to go in, but it's going in to keep the fountains at hypersonic speeds with the supercritical water energy. And it's
Kevin,
cool.
do you mind, Kevin, explaining why it is that the water is? I can do it if you want, but I mean, there's a reason that the water trap those neutrons better than other surrounding materials, like say the rock or whatever.
Yeah. And this is really important too. And again, on a submarine, you have different kinds of radiation coming from the reactor core, and they have different shieldings. And one of the shieldings, everybody thinks lead, you want to use lead. Well, you don't use lead on neutrons. Lead will do nothing to neutrons. It doesn't, because it's too heavy, because those neutrons that are going out of the reactor, they hit a lead. It's like a pool ball hitting a big bowling ball. It's going to scatter off with the same energy. But if you have a pool ball hitting another pool ball, then you're going to impart that energy to that other pool ball, like we see when we play pool. A neutron is a one atomic mass unit. A hydrogen atom in water is a one atomic mass unit. It's the proton that's there. So it's hitting. So neutrons are shielded by water, and they impart their energy in water. That's what, years and years ago when they were talking about building a neutron bomb. The ideal part about a neutron bomb is you could have a deep bunker with a bunch of concrete and steel and whatever else, and you could kill everybody inside, but you wouldn't do the damage to the area around, because the people inside are made of water. And so neutrons are the worst kind of radiation to get, because it basically turns your body to hydrogen peroxide, because it's hitting the water in your body and it's chemically messing with you. And that's how you kill people with a neutron bomb. So the energy is going to go into the water. And it just so happens that throughout the crust, there's a lot of water during the flood of Noah, and it's going into the water.
Basically, the flood has three generations of heat that it's coming from. One would be these underground chambers where the supercritical water is, and the generation of these radioactive elements. And now one of them is the piezoelectric effect that's causing it. When we see these experiments, they use what's called Z-pinch, which is plasma. But there's lots of different types of cold fusion. So is the type that's creating these radioactive elements under in this supercritical water, is that a different form of cold fusion? Is there because in the experiments, right, they zap copper, and that's what forms them all. When this Z-pinch is occurring in the supercritical water with granite from the crystals, is there what is it striking? Probably just elements from the granite surrounding it.
That's a good question.
Well,
I don't know. I haven't heard if Proton 21 tried using an aluminum probe, and aluminum rod, or what happens if you do it with granite? I mean, I don't know. Maybe Brian knows.
I think that the Proton 21 is using metals, I think, probably because they conduct so.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. You
Right.
want to do something that
Like there's a bit of
electricity can travel through best, because that's what's going to happen. Electricity is going to take its path of least resistance.
Great.
Brian Nickel, I think you were finishing your thought and then you cut out. Are you still there? Can you hear us, Brian? Okay, we may have lost Brian. Maybe we'll give him an opportunity to come back, because it seemed like he was in the middle of a point and then he just suddenly roboted out. Matt, did you have a follow-up, brother?
Yeah, and the other Brian's gone too.
Yeah, I think the other Brian Lauer may have had a connection issue, but Brian Lauer, that is, if you are listening, you should still have the link. So if you're able to get things back up and running, feel free to rejoin and we'll let you in. Matt and Pastor Kevin, and then if Brian Nickel makes his way back in, we can get him involved. I'm curious as to the nature of the origin of radioactivity. Is it 100% necessary to have what's taking place there in terms of Z-pinch during the flood, or can that take place during the creation week to basically mitigate any accelerated nuclear decay effects? Or would that be negative because God said everything was very good? So to have radioactivity at creation would be not very good. I'm curious to see what your guys' overall thoughts are on that. Maybe we can start with you, Pastor Kevin.
Yeah. Radioactivity is not good for us. We're trained in that. We do everything possible to not let radioactivity get into the environment as nuclear workers in the shipyard, submarines, wherever. And it's actually something that carbon-14, we learned from carbon-14 that our bodies are having thousands of disintegrations per second, or per minute, I think. I have to go look at the numbers, where our cells are taking in carbon. And there's a certain percentage of those carbons in our environment that are carbon-14. And they're going to decay at the carbon-14 half-life. And so when a cell, DNA, RNA, whatever, is taking in some carbon to become part of our bodies, and all of a sudden it turns to nitrogen, it didn't want nitrogen. Chemically inside of that cell, you just damaged the structure that God miraculously created us with. And I think that is the reason why the longevity of the human species took an exponential decay after the flood, is because radioactivity got introduced. Not, it used to be taught back in the canopy theory days that, there was a canopy and shielded us from the solar radiation. Well, I have 3.2 rem of occupational radiation, which would have been, and if you look at 100 rem per year as a normal, that means I've got 30 years of extra radiation because of working in the Navy. But I hope I don't look 100 years old. So it's not radiation that you get from the outside. It's when it gets into your body. The radionuclides get into your body and do the damage inside. And so then people will say, well, Kevin, carbon-14 is made by the solar radiation in the upper atmosphere. And so there would have been carbon-14 before the flood. And that's true. But Walt says, and he and I talked about this personally, but Kevin, there was so much more carbon on the earth at the time, and there was so much more atmosphere at the time. And so it was very much less carbon-14 in the carbon environment that everybody was eating, veggies and whatever else. And then I throw this in, this isn't what Walt said. And maybe that's the reason why there was the tree of life that was in the garden, is it was God's way of man to just be able to go eat of the fruit of the tree of life and be set free. Because in chapter 3, after the fall of man, God sends an angel to get Adam from being able to get the tree of life, because in a sinful state, he would live forever. So he would be able to bodily get whatever healing there was from the tree of life. And so man no longer has access to the tree of life. There's a lot more radiation in the environment, and they exponentially decay down on the longevity of man, I think is the best biblical explanation and tied to the flood. And I was going to say one more thing about that, which I'll get it back here in a second.
Matt?
Yeah, do you think that there would be any radioactive material in the core of the Earth? Because a lot of people say that it's fueled by the rotational power of maybe potassium or maybe uranium, and that's what's coming up in the lava now.
Well, several things with that. People wanted radioactivity in the core for their analysis of the things that were happening, the heat and the convective currents and all that stuff for plate tectonics. There's no evidence of radioactivity in the core. I mean, even the secular scientists are admitting that there's no evidence for it. Plus, and this would have to be for a different time probably to get into the trench chapter, which deals with the fact that there was no hot core before the flood. The evidence suggests that the inner core and the liquid outer core, the melted mantle material, were formed during the flood at the compression event. The imbalances that were placed on the Earth caused the Atlantic ridge to rise up, which sucked the Pacific side, and all that relative movement between, with all that extreme pressures and inner Earth moving by itself caused the massive melting of the inner Earth. And the higher temperature minerals in the mantle came, as the rest of the stuff is melting around it, the higher temperature iron, nickel fell to the center to become the iron nickel core of the Earth today. And all the evidence supports that, including the fact that the inner core is not spinning at the same speed as the outer core. And in fact, here's an article that scientists warn shortest day in history is coming in weeks as Earth rotation unexpectedly speeds up. This article is answered by the hydroplate theory. And you mentioned that liquid magma is coming up to the Earth's surface. The CPT people say that, the PT people say that, but science, and we're talking over a dozen independent scientific investigations, including the Japanese, which are the ones that Walt put in his book and I've done in previous presentations. As soon as you get 220 miles down in the Earth, the pressure is so extreme that mantle material, basalt, in the solid state is less compressible than liquid state. So as soon as you're below let's say 300 miles, as soon as you're 300 miles down, the solid basalt mantle material is compressed, but its density is right where it is. It's at 300 miles down. As soon as it melts, it compresses now. The mineral structure, once in a liquid state, allows it to compress and the density to increase. So there's only the only magma that is ever poured out on the Earth's surface, volcanoes on the ocean floor, on land or wherever, all that magma came from 220 and less miles. There's volcanoes that are going on in the liquid core right now. If you could be in the liquid core, you'd be seeing volcanoes erupting from the ceiling of the mantle coming into the liquid core. But that can't happen until the liquid core pushes up a mantle block somewhere that causes an earthquake somewhere else in the world. So there's magma columns in this article. This is the one that I gave to Dr. Baumgartner and asked him, because this disproves the cold subducting plate by full waveform. Full waveform inversion reveals diverse origins of lower mantle positive wave speed anomalies. They say in there that now that we're using an MRI in the inner Earth instead of an X-ray, We're seeing density anomalies that are blowing us away, that we have no explanation for. That Anton Petrov, he did a YouTube presentation on it, like back to the drawing board, and where they're finding these density anomalies, because they're not looking at the fact that when mantle material melts, it becomes a higher density. And so the earthquake waves are going to go through a higher density in an area in the mantle. And they're going, why are we seeing this? And we're setting up for a global earthquake. And we're seeing the beginning, I think, because I think we're in the last of the last. I think we're seeing the beginning of it in our time. I mean, everybody's freaking out. Why are we getting all these volcanoes? And why are they getting these earthquakes? And why is the eastern rift of Africa splitting apart? All explained by the hydroplate theory.
Yeah, isn't Yosemite right now acting anomalous and the animals are fleeing? Like right now?
Yellowstone or Yosemite?
Yosemite, I think. Yosemite.
I didn't hear about Yosemite. It must have been today or something.
Yeah, last few days the animals have been fleeing but I haven't looked into it much, but not good news.
Yeah.
Okay, so
science says that CPT, PT cannot happen. It cannot. Magma go, unless you do need a miracle to throw an axe head into a lake and then you want it to float. You got it. That's a miracle. And that's a miracle in the Bible. But you have to invoke a miracle to get any magma from greater than 220 miles to come up to the surface of the earth.
Wow. I got to say, I am impressed with the knowledge here on this panel. Great detailed answers to technical challenges, technical questions, but this is what we need. We need thorough and we need comprehensive responses to what the critics are saying on this so-called heat and radiation problem. So what I'm gathering, gentlemen, and Brian Nickel, maybe you can have Brian Lauer, it's good to have you back, brother. You've been kind of in and out a few times.
I'm having some, the internet's kicking on and off, so I don't know how much time I have. So going back to the heat thing, I don't know if you can share my screen real quick, Matt. I don't know if you can do that.
There you go.
I encourage people to go into rsr.org and go into RSR Answers, the Hydroplate Theory Problem. And you go down and they got a whole list of the problems that answers it. Fluid cools rapidly as they expand. That's a Joule-Thomson effect, and it's directed energy. Brian Nickel has his hands next to a 2,000-foot torch, and it's not burning them. And the boundary conditions, it's not impacting the whole atmosphere. It's just shooting up like crazy. And then you guys can check that later. And you got outer space is a big heat sink, and you can check that later. Adiabatic, and then the heat crust problem. Walt Brown says the heat energy gained by supercritical water simply increases the pressure, velocity, and number of droplets, all of which then increases the heat removal. Because as it expands, it's going to cool down. And significantly, the hotter the supercritical water becomes, the more the water molecules break into ions. So thermal energy becomes colder electrical energy. And then the heat energy gained by supercritical water simply increases. Oh, I did that already. And then it talks about there's a shutoff valve. Once the temperature reaches about 1,063 degrees Fahrenheit, the piezoelectric effect disappears. So it's not going to be sparking once it gets that hot. And then I'd like people to watch this experiment.
Would I dare to take this glove away? Yes, easy. Easy, no problem. Hot or cold? Begin with a C.
See, so as it expands, it cools off. And so that's the heat thing. And then if you want to stop the screen share, I'd like to. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, am I off here? Okay, okay.
You're good, Brian.
Yeah, I'd like to. When they were developing plate tectonics, and that was in the '60s, and they knew nothing about the ocean floor. And Christian Smoot, he was mapping the floor for the Navy, and he wrote this book. He couldn't say a lot because it was top secret, but now he wrote this book, Tectonic Globaloney, and he says plate tectonics does not work. And so when you tie your theory to the secular, your theory to a creation theory to a secular theory that does not work, we're in trouble. We should be making our own theories. And he goes, basically, he says that Subduction does not occur, and he says purveyors of plate tectonics are the present-day snake oil salesman, and that it's misinformation, misconception. So I encourage people, if they want to get all the information, check out that book, and then also 20 Reasons to Question Plate Tectonics. And get all the information, and people, we should be discussing this stuff. And so that was my 2 cents I wanted to get in before my internet crashed again. So thank you for letting me do that, and I'll let you guys go back on to where you were.
That was great. No, I appreciate those 2 cents. The main critic's response, which Brian Nickel, I think you addressed sufficiently, to the links or resources that you provided, Brian. The main criticism was, well, space is not a good heat sink because all you have in space is radiation, which is the weakest of the 3 methods. And so no heat, you can't answer the heat problem with space. But Brian Nickel, I think you addressed that quite well earlier.
Well, I think that it doesn't, whether radiation or conduction or convection, if radiation's, if you want to call that the weakest, I guess when you say something's the weakest, it's in what environment, right? Like in space, radiation is king. So it's not the weakest. It's just absolute best for heat transfer. So it's ridiculous. That's why in I don't mean to be harsh, but it doesn't sound like questions that are or critique that is coming from somebody who understands flaws. It just doesn't sound like they are knowledgeable of what they're asking. The other thing is so much of the material that left Earth didn't come back. So whether radiation was the weakest while something's traveling out past Jupiter or Neptune, like it just doesn't matter for the Earth anymore. And that's why the open system that's proposed by Walt is the key to why the flood is explainable without being overwhelmed on Earth with heat. And I am working on a video that has been, it's on 6 years now. And it's not that there's not an explanation or that I'm taking 6 years because I'm having trouble explaining in terms of trouble finding the science that explains it. I will say the 6 years is trying to figure out a way to present the material in a easy to digest way that everybody can understand, who doesn't need, so you don't have to have an engineering degree to comprehend what Walt is proposing. And I think a lot of the critique is due to a failure to comprehend what Walt is actually proposing. And that seems to me to be the case with a lot of these critiques where they're focusing in on whether steam is more conductive than air or whatever. I mean, anybody can go look at the properties of conduction of steam and you'll see that air actually is less conductive than steam through a great deal of temperature range. I think you have to get up to 900 degrees temperature for the steam to start to outperform air in terms of thermodynamic conduction. So again, it doesn't sound like these critiques are coming from a source that is understanding what it is that they're critiquing.
Yes, and these critiques in many ways are filled with assertions not really backed up by any real strong evidence. Brian Nickel, while we have you, and then we move on to another question involving some of the points that Pastor Kevin Lee was making in his excellent presentation. Brian, could you, because this is a major issue, the origin of limestone. So this is another challenge that we see critics constantly push on us. There's several videos out on YouTube from prominent evolutionists arguing that young Earth creationists cannot explain the massive amounts of limestone that exists on the planet in just 4,500 years since the flood. But you have an excellent video. You have an excellent explanation, a technical explanation for the origin of limestone. I was wondering, in a nutshell, if a critic were to present that challenge to a young Earth creationist, what is the best way for us to answer it?
Well, I think the the best way to answer that is to ask some questions about the properties, the chemical way that limestone is generated. And whenever you generate a molecule of limestone, you also release a molecule of carbon dioxide. And so I think Walt's theory is the only theory I've heard that proposes that the production of these chemicals, both the limestone and the extra free gaseous carbon dioxide, all other theories are proposing that to for that to have happened on the surface in oceans, in like warm, shallow oceans. And Walt is the only one who's proposed that this process is happening under the surface in a sealed environment in what would be the Great Deep. And so that release of that carbon dioxide in Walt's scenario stays in the environment. It cannot escape up through the sealed environment of the crust. And so that CO2 molecule is free to rejoin with bicarbonates and produce another limestone molecule, and the CO2 can be reused thousands of times over. The problem with all theories of formation of limestone on the surface is that for every limestone molecule that exists on the Earth, there has got to be a CO2 molecule that was released into the atmosphere. And so, and the problem is when you look at how much limestone is on the Earth, there is 1,000 times more limestone in the sediments that are what we would say are flood sediments in the limestone deposits that we see than there are in all the limestone deposits that are accounted for with the sea and coral and everything else, and all life, or things that use limestone shells or anything like that. And so the stuff that was produced in the sediments had to have had a source that was sealed off from the atmosphere environment, or else the atmosphere would have been poisoned 1,000 times over with CO2. Like, we would not be Earth. We would be like some hellish form of Venus. So that's, I think, the biggest challenge with limestone, is explaining where does all the extra free CO2 gas go in your scenario. If it's happening on the surface, then you have a poisoned atmosphere.
Yeah, I think the secularists, they have a bigger problem with limestone than we do. Bob Dietz didn't have a clue where it came from.
Matt, you're presenting some really good visuals to help showcase the strength of Brian's points there. Did you want to briefly explain what the audience is looking at in terms of those visuals, brother?
Sure. Yeah. What I was doing was I was showing that at the thermal vents right now under the ocean, you can go there and see the formation of this coral coming from the fountains of the Great Deep still. So it's not a far stretch to say that's how they formed during the flood in a rapid succession in massive amounts. And you also have to take into consideration that the pre-flood world was shallow oceans as well. So we're not saying every drop of limestone that exists is made chemically. No, there were over 1,000 years of limestone being formed, but the global flood produced it chemically really fast. And that's what I was showing on these pictures, is these are actual pictures in the ocean coming from the thermal vent area, and they're pure calcium, or chalk, as you can say, calcium carbonate. And these exist. Okay.
Oh, what hydroplate theory proposes is that the limestone, the majority of the limestone we see in the deposits in our sediments on the continents, it wasn't produced fast. I mean, I guess everything's fast in a evolutionary timeline whenever we're talking, but I mean, it was produced during the time before the flood in the subterranean chamber over 1,600 or 2,000 years, depending on whether you are going with the Septuagint timeline or the Masoretic timeline. But it's thousands of years of production of this limestone in the and then that is what is ejected along with the water at the time of the flood. So it wasn't produced like immediately necessarily right after the flood, because the whole point of it is that it's produced in a sealed environment underneath the surface. That's how come the CO2 didn't poison the atmosphere.
Yeah, the subterranean chamber was basically the cement factory making calcium carbonate to then go up with the debris and mix it all up, and then over time to solidify. And they're finding the evidence of that even in space. Wow. And I remember
they find limestone in space, right?
Huh?
They're finding limestone in space.
They're finding calcium carbonates and stuff. You know,
not limestone. Yeah. But the molecule that is the basic makeup of limestone is calcium carbonate, and they're finding those in space, and they are bewildered. How did this stuff form? Because it would need to form in water, right?
Yeah. And what I was thinking the other a while ago, if I can go, I mean, Brian, it is miraculously the only explanation. Secular people don't know how we can have we can have limestone, because we'd all be dead, just like Brian is saying. Dr. Baumgartner on your station, when you asked him where did limestone came from, he goes, we need to do some more research. You can research your whole life. It doesn't change the chemical, and the chemical equation is the same. Every molecule creates a carbon, and there's thousands of times the earth would die. The only explanation is it all was recycling. The carbon recycles over and over again to create the calcium carbonate, and until it ruptures. And what do we have coming out of volcanic gas? We have CO2. We have sulfur. We have other things that were all minerals that were being created and piled up by the dissolving of the lower part of the crust and the mantle.
One other thing I might...
And you have to ask, how in the world did a bunch of water get that deep into the earth and get trapped to then blow the top of Mount St. Helens off with a pyroclastic explosion of supercritical water?
Another thing that hydroplate theory can address is not just limestone, but also how dolomite formed, which is basically limestone, but where instead of calcium molecules, some of the molecules are switched out with magnesium. And if you, it's not on my channel, but actually Brian's creation organization, the Twin Cities Creation Association, I think.
Twin Cities Creation Science Association, TCCSA.
Yeah. So if you go to their channel and look for my name, or limestone, I guess, I gave another presentation where I expounded on that, in addition to what I had in my video, where I talk about how also dolomite formed and where'd all that magnesium come from to form all the dolomites in Italy and whatnot, all those dolomite muds that are in Italy that are solidified into rock now. Where'd all that form, and how did it get so pure? Well, interestingly enough, mafic rocks like basalts and stuff that we believe the mantle is probably made of, they are chock full of magnesium. They're mafic, magnesium and iron. That's what mafic means. So that's where all the magnesium atoms came from that produced and mixed with to make dolomites as well.
Wow. So what I'm hearing is the hydroplate theory model has an elegant explanation scientifically for things like limestone, answering the heat and radiation problem, whereas the catastrophic plate tectonic model or other global flood models, they lack at this point good scientific explanations for the origin of limestone and an answer to the heat problem.
Yeah. And I want to make a correction that they find carbonates in asteroids, but not so far calcium carbonates. I want to make that distinction.
Gentlemen, Tony Reed, anti-Cretaceous again, he asked this question in his video. How is water trapped, according to the hydroplate theory model, between discrete layers of granite and basalt in the hydroplate model? How did that happen?
That's not part of the theory. How the water got there is not part of the theory. That's when the theory starts.
That's where, okay. So is that basically the first assumption and everything else?
Yep, that's that.
Flows from
How everything got there is not part of the theory. Just like evolution, how life began isn't part of the theory.
Okay. So that's the created order, basically. Water was created in that state.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's a layer of basalt, then there's the water, which is a mile deep, and then there's granite above it.
Yes, perfect. Yep.
I'd say a mile minimum. Probably much more than a mile. And if you read Walt's chapter very carefully on when he's talking about that estimate, he's saying that is a bare minimum estimate. It's just that there are so many unknowns that we don't really have a great way of saying what a top limit is. So read through that real carefully. Even in his 8th chapter, I believe he had that reworded. I had talked to him about that and got him to reword it, because a mile is just the bare minimum. It's probably many more miles.
What's funny is I guess Tony Reed didn't watch your video, because Brian Nickel, you made in your video, you talked about how God separated the waters from the waters. And that's what Walt Brown used to create this model of the pillars separating the water and the granite and this basement layer rock. It was already there in the beginning. So he got the wrong right out the gate.
I guess so.
Brian Lauer, if I understood a few of the points you made in your presentation, you answered this, but it's a major challenge thrown at the hydroplate theory model. So to make this a complete conference, I do want to get it out there for you gentlemen to address. It has been claimed that there is no geological evidence to support the existence of a vast pressurized subterranean chamber of water that has been described in the hydroplate theory. What's the best way for us creationists to address that?
There's supercritical water coming out of the ocean right now. that was the professor. She didn't believe the theory because she didn't believe the assumption was true. She didn't believe there was water under the ocean. It's like, well, why not? There's water under the oceans today. You know, it's how can you not believe that's down there? And then also they found a bunch under the Tibetan plateau too.
Well, not just the Tibetan plateau, but next to under every mountain range, they've done electrical tests, electrical conductivity tests, and they have determined that under the mountain ranges are brackish aqueous solutions. That is salt water. That underneath the mountain ranges, between the mantle and the mountain, in the Moho area, is brackish aqueous solution.
And then those deepest holes that they've dug, the Kola one and the KG whatever, one in Germany and Russia, they shouldn't find water below 5 miles because the granite seals it, so it shouldn't be there. But they were, they went 7 and 9 miles, I think, and they found crushed granite with water. I think it was salt water too.
Yeah. And Dr. Walt Brown wrote a letter to USGS because there was a plan for America to drill a well, a deep well, like the Russians did, in the Appalachian area, or Appalachian, however you want, depending on where you're from. And he wrote him a letter, don't do it or you'll destroy the East Coast.
Wow.
Because you'll hit into the remaining supercritical water, and you will destroy the East Coast. They just, and again, Walt Brown had such a prestige to his name that either they listened to it because of that, they didn't do it, or for some other reason they didn't do it, but they didn't drill the well.
Yeah, because Walt ran the Benet military lab. He was a top dog in those circles.
Yeah, and that brings up another point, because his doctorate thesis was on how much heat can you transfer across a plate into water without melting the plate. And his lab had explosions in doing this. Wow. I mean, not because of his failure, but just we want to find out and discover a process called heat transfer across a plate, where you have nucleate boiling, departure from nucleate boiling, critical heat flux, all things I was trained on in the Navy, because we're trying to keep the core from reaching departure from nucleate boiling, which means we melt the core and we have release of fission products into our coolant system. His doctorate was used to engineer our cores.
Wow.
And people want to say he doesn't know thermodynamics.
Gentlemen, I have to say, I am extremely impressed, and I know Matt is as well, with the content of tonight's program. I think you guys did an excellent job addressing major challenges like the heat problem, like the radiation problem, answering these last couple objections that come in from people like Tony Reed and other critics. But a couple challenges remain, and these are challenges that have come in from multiple people. And so, to leave no stone unturned, I would be curious, Pastor Kevin Lee and Brian Lauer, to see responses to these challenges. And so I'll put up this comment here, but it's come in from numerous people who lean CPT, and they'll say, so for example, this comment, I appreciate it, Winsburg Sandbox, good to have you. If HPT cannot eject material at 11 kilometers per second, and many have argued that it cannot, then HPT is infeasible. Another way to ask the question that I've seen it put forth is this: is the rapid and forceful ejection of water, but also the material itself coming from the earth, proposed by the hydroplate theory, consistent with known laws of physics and the behavior of fluids and solids, gentlemen?
And I'd say absolutely. And here's my little, what I would say to whoever's going to ask this now and in the future. I hope you'll be different than Tim Clary, Dr. Tim Clary, and Dr. John Baumgartner, and answer the question: where did the amino acids, nucleotides, and bacteria come from to go and be found on asteroids Bennu and Ryugu? Where did it come from? And again, I go back to Lord Kelvin. Things heavier than air can't fly. Well, he was wrong, because he didn't understand what supercritical water, 400 and some thousand pounds per square inch, getting to thousands of degrees, at least 705 to become supercritical. And like Walt said and Brian said earlier, every degree above that is just adding more and more energy. And when you release that energy by the laws of fluid mechanics, it will depressurize and reach hypersonic speeds. And it will erode the crack and accelerate the items falling into that crack. Some of it to go up and come back down to Earth as sediments. Some of it to go and leave Earth at, I use miles per second because, I do 7 miles a second instead of kilometers per hour. And they're good. And as soon as you eject it, you're going to have everything that you see in comets and asteroids. And we could spend a whole bunch more time to say there is no explanation for the Jupiter, what they call the Jupiter family of comets, other than they originated from within inside the solar system. They had to come from within inside the solar system by orbital mechanics. And so what is the most likely place to get debris that has chemicals that are associated with Earth and water associated with Earth within the solar system? It's Earth.
Yeah. Yeah. Now at 372,000 PSI, that's a lot of force, especially coming through a 60-mile barrel, that's going to have a lot of force to shoot them up into outer space. And I would ask them, hey, where did the crust from the Atlantic Ocean go? If it wasn't the hydroplate, what was it?
I was also curious. So what I did is I wanted to make a visual, so I had AI help me. And this was Walt Brown. Tell me if I'm wrong. Oh yeah, could you remove that comment?
Yes.
Is the Walt Brown said that there was a continent that broke and dropped 1 mile down, and when it impacted, we get the fountains of the great deep breaking forth. Boom! That powerful event created the most powerful geysers probably around that very area. Oh my gosh, I used the wrong video. Put the wrong one there. Sorry, it's supposed to show this entire event I'm talking about. Anyway, I looked over and I noticed that Walt Brown used a Mach 150. So then I programmed that in to talk about how much that would be for escape velocity. It's 4.5 times faster than required. So then I said, what would happen if requirements for water molecules, vapor and steam, and small rock fragments were to be ejected up into space? Could they make it? The chart it pumped me out was pretty good. Shows me the size of the rocks, the types of water, and what would be required to actually eject. And AI is awesome. It tells me that water is easier to move and eject, but harder to concentrate into a focused launch capable of escape velocity. So the continent dropping would be that concentrated beam of water to actually drop up. And then rocks are heavier, but smaller fragments under intense explosive forces could very rarely be launched into space, more likely than a large column of water doing so. For example, when a meteor hits Earth, it can eject also fragments into space. So rocks are more likely to reach escape velocity if extreme localized energy is applied and water moves upward easily. So then I said, well, what would this do? What would this heat up the atmosphere? And it gave the exact amount of water needed to be ejected into space in this area that would heat the temperature of the entire atmosphere below 100 degrees. So it wouldn't affect life on Earth during this period. And it was the size of California and Texas covered 1 mile deep in water. So lots of water being ejected into space at that time.
Now, tell me again, Matt, what was that last question? What was it saying there?
I'm sorry. Okay, so if I wanted to know how much water could be ejected without melting the face of the Earth, right? Because if 50% of the water is underneath the Earth, like in Walt Brown's theory, and it all gets ejected up into space, it would kill everything. The heat would be massive in that amount of time. So what happened is Walt Brown says in about 2 hours, the mid-Atlantic ridge was formed and there was an ejection of water coming up. I wanted to know how much water could be ejected without boiling the atmosphere. And this was the amount of water that could go up while keeping the temperature of the atmosphere below 100 degrees.
See, now you're thinking that it goes up and stays in the atmosphere. A lot of that stuff just went straight up, and all you got is the boundary. And a lot of that boundary is getting sucked into outer space too. So the I don't know if the problem is set up properly.
Right, and AI doesn't.
And all the water, with that again, the canopy theory was based on the fountains of the great deep burst up and the windows of heaven were open. Well, the windows of heaven were, the way I look at it, if I know somebody's going to be shooting at my house, I want to open the windows. And if I want to shoot back, I open the windows. So the earth is sending stuff up into heaven, and God opened the windows and stuff. Some of it's and then radiates. And like Brian said, you can't overemphasize. You go into space, you're going to radiate heat unless you have a suit that's keeping you're going to give your heat up. But so the water would go up into space, but not escape velocity. It's coming back as super cold water, and it's going to be. And God, in His infinite wisdom, had to have had the perfect balance going on to have all the energy to where Noah and his family are safe without a miracle. I mean, it's not a miracle. It's just that there's the cooling effect of water coming back. We know the mammoths were buried in frozen ice, the pre-flood, all over the earth. That would have been happening all over the earth. So you have rivers with fish swimming in them, frozen, solid, in the act of swimming, Walt Brown's book. Mollusks running across, frozen, in a herd, running. So there was heat removed in space that was then sent back to Earth to be a heat sink. And, the AI has its problems that I found myself. But it's being jettisoned straight up. And one other heat transfer thing, one of the things on submarines, we always worried about a steam rupture. What would happen in a steam rupture? And so they took a submarine that was going to be inactivated and they decided to do a test. And everybody was trying to figure out exactly what would happen, because the issue is who dies. What's the best way to survive and deal with if a steam line ruptures in the engine room. And what they found out, which I probably shouldn't even say the total thing, but it wasn't exactly what they said. And yet when you look back at what the actual results are, you think, of course, that makes perfect sense. But it was hard to predict. So we can try and figure things out, but when you sit there and you go bacteria, amino acids, nucleotides, to me, that's the game changer.
I like that question you ask, Kevin. Where did the amino acids, the nucleotides, and the bacteria come from on these asteroids in space? Because from a non-hydroplate theory position, I don't know how I would answer that. That's a really good question.
Especially
I can't find anybody.
Especially if they had to arise within our solar system, because there's not many planets like Earth. So
yeah, and you know what? They've gotten a little over a pound of stuff, and they're finding this stuff. It's not like, I mean, imagine if we go and find there's thousands of pounds of stuff. We brought back a pound, and we find all the amino acids, all the nucleotides, bacteria.
And Walt Brown talks.
And one of the critiques when I gave a presentation on this to Institute for Creation, ICR, and Dr. Randy Galusa, the CEO of ICR, invited me and others to give several hours for all of his scientists, including Tim Clary, to listen to this presentation before the DART results. And one of Tim Clary's questions, well, they haven't found granite up there. He wants a chunk of granite. Well, again, granite's going to be pulverized for the most part, but there are big blocks that are going to be inside, but you have to get to the inside. The big ones are going to be in the center of the asteroids. And there could be a whole chunk of granite right there in the middle. But there's all these minerals that are common to Earth being found in the outer layers of the asteroid. They're going to be the pulverized things, or what they're finding on the outside, which is why it kicks up so much dust.
Yeah, Walt Brown, he talks about if you found a bunch of, wood and cement and concrete with rebar sticking out of it and shingles, and, it looked like a tornado, would you assume that those houses were evolving together? Was that a house that's in the process of being built, or was that got destroyed? And that's what we see up with the amino acids. It's something that got destroyed. It's not something that's coming together.
What's a good response?
Do we want to deal with this?
Yes. I'd like to put up a couple of these audience questions. We've dealt with the majority, I would say, of objections and challenges that have come in tonight, but also challenges that Matt and I ourselves have come up with in our study to prepare for this.
Yeah, and going back to what Matt said about the stuff would melt the Earth and stuff, I think that AI might not be recognizing the Joule-Thomson effect. As a fluid or gas expands, it cools off. So there's a lot of expansion going on as that supercritical is coming up. There's a lot of expansion. So there's a lot of cooling on that, like that steam, that was coming up.
Right.
So
it probably didn't even take into account that the water was supercritical to begin with.
Right.
So that's another problem.
Yeah. And speaking of AI, if you show this screen real quick, we'll show you how it lies. Fred Williams asked him, is the East Pacific rise the only divergent zone in the Pacific? It says, no, the East Pacific rise is not. And it lists the Mid-Pacific. Then he asks does the Mid-Pacific ridge really exist? And he goes, oh, I apologize. There's no widely recognized geological feature. So if you don't know what you're doing, the AI can lie to you real quick, and you got to catch them. But anyhow, onward. That was a wrap.
It's like you're debating AI sometimes when you're looking for an answer to a problem. And so Pastor Kevin Lee, T-Rock, my brother, we appreciate you being here. We love all of the interaction in the live chat tonight. We want to get people thinking, and that's what we've done, I can tell. And so T-Rock says the fact that the comet was not bonded together is a clear indication that it didn't come from Earth. What's a good response?
Well, I mean, first of all, and I would love for T-Rock to tell me why do you think because it's not bonded? Because if there's two things factoring into this from a hydroplate theory perspective, the largest item ejected from the Earth was roughly 200 yards, and where we get that is that all asteroids and comets that are studied that are rotating, none of them rotate at a speed that would eject material on its surface, like what they're saying now is how Dimorphos was formed. None of them are rotating with centrifugal force that would throw stuff off of its surface, except for items that are less than 200 meters, which again is a hydroplate theory support, because you're not going to say that something that was a half a mile big is going out the crack. And, and you would think, and it's hard to think because we weren't there when it was happening, but a 200 meter is still a pretty big rock. But again, it's super hypersonic speed. So then when that stuff gets ejected up into space, if it's greater than 200 meters or yards, it's a floating rock pile. But it could have in the center of it, it could have a big rock. But if it's, half a mile thick, it's also got a bunch of other debris that's there. And when it comes together, it's going to be just lightly joining together, because the only thing bringing it together is its gravity. And Walt gave me the actual numbers for this years ago, and I lost the sheet. But I told Walt, if my wife and I both get ejected into space at the same exact angle, at the exact same speed, and we're 20 yards apart, how long will it be before we can touch each other again? Because my gravity is trying to pull my wife towards me, and her gravity is trying to pull me towards her. And it will happen. But when that does happen, I better not give her much of a push, because we're gone for years. I mean, it would be longer than that. And we'd meet up against once after we had both done our little trips around the sun. If we weren't perturbed by any other orbits, we would then once again go, well, shouldn't have given me a push. And then boom, we're gone again. So it's going to be lightly held together.
And it has to be, because I think it was Baumgartner. He was saying that the hydroplate couldn't eject things that are miles across. And we're saying it didn't eject things that are miles across. It ejected a bunch of smaller stuff that grew together into miles across. So the fact that they're not joined together proves that they could have come from Earth. If they were a solid rock proves they couldn't have come from Earth. And then my question to him would be, well, if it didn't come from Earth, where'd they come from?
And then Shoemaker-Levy, the comet Shoemaker-Levy, it went past Jupiter and got ripped apart by Jupiter. Yeah. And then it came back again and just bang, 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 bang. All the big pieces of Shoemaker-Levy crashed into Jupiter with, you could see the scar it made on Jupiter. And we're going to have Dr. Rob Brown, professor of astronautics at the Air Force Academy. He and I were talking about it. He's a hydroplate theory advocate. He's a professor at the Air Force Academy, and he's a hydroplate theory advocate. And he and I are working together on really trying to predict Apophis when it comes in 2029. What's the date? I think it's March of 20. Somebody do a ask AI. Apophis is going to come here. I have the date in one of my programs, but I can't remember it off my top of my head. And it's going to be we know it's a floating rock pile, but we want to estimate what's really going to happen. And I think it's possible we're going to pull it apart. Earth is going to pull it apart, because it's going to be within 20,000 miles of Earth. It's going to be inside of the orbits of our geocentric satellites.
Oh, wow.
And it's bare. I mean, they were thinking for a while it was going to hit us, and it's barely going to miss us.
Wow.
What's the best response when a critic says, well, comets and asteroids, they have chemical compositions not identical to what we find on Earth. Therefore, how could comets and asteroids how could they have originated from Earth itself?
Well, I don't know that the premise is true, except for they'll make a point about how much deuterium. They'll sample one, they'll get the mass spectrometry on the percentage of deuterium in one comet compared to another. And the differences in deuterium, which is heavy water, it's a water molecule, it's a hydrogen with a neutron in the nucleus. So it's deuterium. It has 2 atomic mass units, and it's made by neutron absorption, neutron capture of the nucleus of a hydrogen, which is because of a reactor generating neutrons to make it that way. And so the water that would have been ejected from the Earth early on in the Z-pinching neutron flux going on in the subterranean chambers, it wouldn't have had as much deuterium in it as later on, because the water experienced more neutron flux. And so you're going to see differences in deuterium in space objects by the hydroplate theory. But somebody could say, well, if it came from the Earth, it can't be. Well, and see, Walt estimates that half of the water in our oceans came from the subterranean chamber because of deuterium. Because what we're finding in space on the average is twice as much deuterium as what we have in our oceans. So based on that evidence, he says the oceans before the flood had no deuterium in them. And so then you have double concentration deuterium going up into, neutron flux turned it into deuterium, and the stuff that came back, half of our ocean came back. And so 2 times plus 0 ends up 1 time. And does that make sense? Did that follow that?
Yeah, that makes sense. And in your talk, Pastor Lee, didn't you talk about there was stuff in the comets and stuff in the asteroids that were the same? I thought that you had said that. Because he's saying that they're different, but you have some places where
they're finding the same. They're finding the same things in comets and asteroids. So the person would have to say like exactly what was different,
right?
And if you said, well, this asteroid, because again, we haven't sampled. I mean, we haven't actually gone and sampled. We do a lot of it by light spectrometry to figure out what's going on. But if they say, well, this one didn't have this, well, how much of a sample did you get?
Right.
And what if the light didn't pick it up because the tail that you're looking at it through, you didn't see it there? Doesn't mean it's not there.
Right.
I love how well thought out this model is.
Yeah.
And how comprehensive you gentlemen, all of you, Pastor Kevin Lee, Brian Lauer, Brian Nickel, right? I love it.
600 pages
really have thought through these challenges, and this is important. I gotta say, 4+ hours has flown by. This has been information packed. You guys have impressive endurance, and so perhaps let's wind down now with one final comment from our live chat. Again, I think you guys have done a great job addressing the major challenges or objections to the hydroplate theory. Here's one that has just come in, but I've heard this as well being issued toward hydroplate proponents. And so the commenter says, T-Rock, appreciate it. He says lunar bombardment. So this objection I also saw in Young Earth creationist critic Tony Reed's video. So I think it's good that we address it. So he's saying lunar bombardment is another clear indication that the bombardment didn't come from Earth. The impact density is way too high for the distance involved. If I remember correctly, Tony Reed and other evolutionists, they said that the far side of the moon actually has the biggest crater.
No, it has it has a greater number of them, but they don't have the mass cons. On the side that we're looking at is called the mass cons, where there's a mass concentration, because the Earth spit out debris that as it was spinning out, it happened to run into the moon. And I want to correct something that Brian was saying. It's not like the debris shot at the moon And because, like if you shot at it at night and you just put all the debris into that part, the moon, as it was going around, when it had a head-on collision with debris that was coming out, spinning out from the Earth, heading towards the asteroid belt, it hit at the 90-degree angle to its orbit around the Earth. But it concentrated mass on that because of that collision and the volcanic flow that flowed out. That's why the face on what it would be better to say is there is obviously a face on the moon on the near side. There's no face on the moon on the other side. But that is because of extreme impacts that caused lava to flow on the moon and cover over all these impacts. And when it did that, it threw debris up into space around the moon, but it didn't reach escape velocity from around the moon. And it came and rained down all over the moon. And on the backside would have been places where it's just being pelted with all the debris that got kicked up by the collision. So now the moon has got its, where it got hit was in its orbit around the Earth. But then with that mass concentration, now what that mass wants to do is come and face the Earth. In the same way that if you had a bicycle wheel that's, hanging up on an axle, if you put a weight on the 3 o'clock position and then you let go of the wheel, what's going to happen? That 3 o'clock is going to swing and go over to 8 o'clock. And then it's going to come over to 3:30. And then it's going to come over to 7:30. And then it's going to keep on going back and forth until, boom, it's sitting down at the bottom. And there is Bob Anyart. I'm sorry for getting scratchy voice. Bob Anyart did a lot on this. And he pointed out that there's still a little bit of a wobble. There's still just a little bit of a wobble from the Earth pointing its impact face to Earth. So I don't know why he would say the impact density is way too high for the distance involved. I don't even understand what that, the distance between here and the moon, if we send a bunch of debris, lots of debris up into space, it's going to want to hit the moon.
I've seen this before from catastrophic plate tectonics proponents. Well, they'll say, well, we kind of get the best of both worlds because we have water inside the crust of the Earth, but we also have magma. So this individual here, Junior Silva, he's pointing that out. He's a catastrophic plate tectonics proponent in the live chat. And so I'm curious your guys' thoughts on that.
I don't understand this question either.
I would ask, what's the fountains of the Great Deep? Because a lot of the plate tectonics guys, they believe it was lava, not water. And
I've heard them say it's the mix, lava and water.
Yeah. Well, is that going to make it rain for 40 days and 40 nights?
Again, if it's not biblical, it can't be true. How do you get a fountain of water? Dr. Baumgartner knows he has a problem. He wants to do a computer model that isn't even based on any facts.
And again, it's a secular model sped up. And we've, according to this N. Christian Smoot, they put this model together when they didn't know anything about the ocean. And he mapped the ocean and he says it doesn't work.
And I'd like to say, instead of it doesn't work, what he's saying is there's no evidence of seafloor spreading on the ocean floor. And he did it for the Navy because, again, being a submariner, the Navy wants to know what is going on in every square inch of the ocean.
Yeah.
And so what he was doing for decades of his life is looking at everything on the ocean floor. And if CPT is working, then you're going to see 46,000 miles of mid-oceanic ridges that are supposedly showing spreading centers, which means that you have almost 100,000 miles of trenches that you need. And we have 15,000 miles of trenches. If your seafloor is spreading from every single ridge, then it's causing it to move to a place where it's going to subduct, then you need almost 100,000 miles of trenches, and you don't have 100,000 miles. It's like having an escalator that is, a mile wide, and when you get to the bottom of it, it's only a few feet wide. What kind of an escalator can do that? And the I missed I just blanked.
You guys have been talking for over 4 hours. It's completely understandable.
Yeah. Oh man.
I think the other challenge that plate tectonics has is the Mariana Trench. If that's wrong.
That's what it was. And Christian Smoot points out, he can look in the trenches. There's not scraped off, if the trench is subducting, you're going to scrape off everything into the trench. What they find at the trenches is there's parallel layers that are laid down. There's no evidence on the ocean floor for CPT or PT being what happened.
Yeah.
From the guy who's spent his professional life looking at the ocean floor.
Right.
And that's why he calls it globaloney.
Yeah. And I think Christians should be very cautious about tying our position to a secular model, just like theistic evolution. We have to be very careful about that.
Gentlemen, I have to say this was a seminar that I was very excited for. Many in the audience have been excited for it as well. Clearly, we have a lot of hydroplate theory proponents. As we had a poll, so we have a lot of fans of the HPT model. We had a poll going for, I think, about 2.5 hours. And HPT had close to 70% in support of it. And so this was a really good show. Matt and I were looking forward to it. You guys did not let us down. It was even more comprehensive than I guess what I hoped for, because we really did address a lot of the most pertinent points. Pastor Kevin, you gave an excellent presentation. Brian, you gave a fantastic presentation. So I really appreciate all the time and work that you both put into constructing those presentations, and also for the presentations themselves. And so, brothers, could I hand it to the both of you for some final words, final thoughts, anything that you want to leave myself with, Matt with, and our audience in general as we wrap things up here?
Yeah, I think that, it's great to get the information out there, but if people don't do anything with it, what's the point? These discussions should be in science classes. Scientists should be talking about this, not me. We should have scientists and looking at the competing models. And, I think that, people get informed and inform others. And ideally, we get this roundtable discussion. That's what really needs to happen next. And I think that people should start asking about it. And praise the Lord. I just thank Walt Brown for putting all this work, and then for Bob Enyart, Art Real Science Radio. I encourage people to watch that or listen to that. I mean, he makes it understandable. And if we don't get it into the next generation, who's gonna? There's just the other day somebody asked me, well, who else is talking about the hydroplate? And it's like, well, it's not Bob Enyart anymore. Pastor Lee and Fred Williams and Doug, but we need to get it into the mainstream, or this theory could die on the vine. We have to get it into the next generation. And so I encourage people to do something with this information.
That's why these discussions and these seminars are important, because as you said, Brian, at the beginning, this gets people interested. This gets people talking, like we've seen in our live chat for nearly 4.5 hours. Even looking at all the comments and questions that I've saved, we could do another 4.5 hour seminar. That's how interested people are. That's how many questions we've had come in. So Brian, appreciate those final words, final thoughts, brother. Pastor Kevin Lee, again, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you being willing to join us for this important seminar. Let's hand it to you for some final words, final thoughts.
All right. Well, I'm going to go pastoral here for the close.
That's what I was hoping for.
And just say what I say to everybody. I mean, someday you're going to die. The guys paint my house. Someday, guys, you're going to die.
Yeah.
And you're either going to be in the evolutionary mindset and think you're going to turn into one food, or the Bible's true. God really did create everything. He so loved the world, he sent Jesus into this world to demonstrate that he was God, raised the dead, opened the eyes of the blind, and then told us something very important, that we have to be born again. We are born into this world as sinners. I mean, not as sinners, but born where we're going to sin as soon as we figure out that God told us something we don't want to do. We're born rebellious. We become sinners when we rebel against God. And he's given us the creation to testify of the fact that there's a God. And we're going to answer to him someday. And people don't go to heaven or hell if they, based on whether they believe in the hydroplate theory or any other theories. They're going to die when they're separated from God because they never took him up on his offer to save them from their sins, because it was on the condition that they give their lives to him and stop fighting him. And the hydroplate theory is a warning. It tells us that the world was flooded and judged. The whole world was judged. And he promised, like I said in Peter when in the presentation, the world is reserved for judgment for the last days too. And the hydroplate theory explains how it was judged, and it explains how the world is set up for the future judgment by fire. It's a warning to everybody. This isn't a game. It really did happen. There really was a judgment. There's going to be a final judgment. We need to get right with our crowd. I was a total pagan, hated Christians, thought the Bible was full of contradictions, even though I hadn't read it. And I realized I was being a fool. And I turned my life over to Jesus and said, God, save me a sinner. And that's what the real message for this is. The evidence is there that it really happened. The flood really happened. And the evidence is there. Jesus really came. He really died. He really rose again. He's coming again. And there's evidence that is going to be soon. And I hope everybody listening gets right with Jesus, to give their lives to him, confess your sins, and become born again.
Amen.
Amen.
So,
Amen. Praise the Lord, Pastor Kevin Lee. No better way to end a program like this. Nothing more important than salvation. We don't have a blind faith. We have a faith backed with evidence, as has been demonstrated here during this Global Genesis Flood Seminar. And it goes back to the gospel. Eternity is a long time. And the question is, how will you and where will you spend eternity? So Pastor Kevin Lee, I love those final words. God bless you, brother. God bless you, brother Brian Lauer. To those in the audience, thank you so much for tuning in and sticking with us for 4.5 hours. It doesn't feel like 4.5 hours because the entire seminar was engaging. It was information packed. And gentlemen, I love that we touched on a number of topics that could that we could talk about in an entire show, like the origin of radioactivity, for example, limestone. We really did get a lot in here for this seminar. So Brian, Pastor Kevin Lee, Brian Nickel, and Matt, who are not here anymore, but we appreciate their time as well. And so, okay, thanks again, everybody who tuned in, sent in a question to support the feedback. God bless you all. Stand for Truth is signing off.